Good morning. It's November 30th, and we're starting the planning board meeting. The first item is preliminary matters, adoption of resolutions. The first three we'll take as one. Commissioner Bartley will need to abstain on these. They're the White Oak self-storage, the sketch plan number 320230040, the White Oak self-storage site plan number 820230100, and the White Oak self-storage forest conservation plan F20230050. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move that we approve the resolutions, the sketch plan 3/2023-0040, site plan 8/2023-0100, and forest conservation plan F2023-0050.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye, 4-0 and 1 abstain. Thank you. The next is Loman Plaza sketch plan number 320230050, MCP number 23-110. All are eligible to vote. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve sketch plan number 3/2023-0050.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. The next is the Battery Lane 4861 Battery Lane sketch plan number 320230070. Do I have a motion for approval?
Sorry, move that we approve sketch plan number 3/2023-0070.
Mr. Lynn, you're not eligible on this one, okay. All in favor?
I second it.
Oh, there you have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 4 and 1 abstain. The next, we'll have approval of minutes of October 12th and October 19th, 2023, and this closed session meeting minutes of October 19th, 2023. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move that we approve the minutes for October 12th and October 19th, and also the closed session minutes for October 19th.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. The next item is item number 3, the regulatory extension requests, public hearing. The item is Cozy Restabar regulatory extension request number 2 for site plan number 820230090, where staff is recommending approval of extension. Do I have a motion of approval?
Yeah, move that we approve the extension.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, the ayes have it. And next, we'll have our planning director's report by Jason Sartori. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, and very excited to be here this morning and to be providing my first director's report to the board. This is my first week in this new role, and I thought I'd begin by getting a little personal and taking some time to reintroduce myself again to the board, as well as planning department staff and any community members who are tuning in. I think it's important for people in the community to know a little bit about the people who serve in this role and just in general on their behalf. And so I'll begin at the beginning and tell you I was born in the Bronx in New York, and grew up about an hour north of New York City in a small hamlet called Mahopac. My father was an Italian immigrant who was a police officer in the city and was laid off the day that I was born. He eventually became a firefighter in the Bronx and fortunately retired in 1999 before September 11th. My mom was an esthetician in a beauty salon. Growing up, I played baseball, soccer. I was actively involved in student government and other school organizations and activities. I graduated high school in 1993 and attended the University of Richmond in Virginia. And it was there that I met my future wife, Michelle, who ironically grew up only 20 minutes away from me in New York. I graduated from Richmond in 1997. As I was a first-generation college grad in my family, I had a double major in political science and economics and a minor in mathematics. I then took a job as an IT consultant. That was kind of the hot thing to do in the late 1990s. I was doing IT and business management consulting, mostly helping insurance companies implement new computer systems to manage their claims, their policies, their accounting, and working with people throughout their structure, from the customer service reps to the high-level executives, to see how this system would best work with their their business operations, but at the same time, taking a look at how their business operations and structure could be modified to better work given these new systems. Michelle, my wife, went to law school, and we got married in New York shortly after she graduated and took the bar exam in 2001. We lived in downtown Baltimore for a year while she clerked for a federal judge there, and finally moved to Montgomery County in 2002. And we've been here ever since. We originally lived in just down the road from here in a townhouse next to the Forest Glen Metro Station. And both of our daughters were born at Holy Cross Hospital in Silver Spring. In 2003, I decided I no longer wanted to do the IT consulting thing, and decided to go back to grad school at the University of Maryland, where I began a long-time affiliation with the National Center for Smart Growth. Originally as a graduate research assistant, and then eventually as the associate director of the center. I graduated with my master's in community planning in 2005, and with a specialization in economic development, but not before serving as an intern here at the planning department in the community planning division, is what it was called at the time. I mostly worked on gathering data on existing aging commercial retail centers in Montgomery County. I'm just losing my, it's interesting when you have to have notes about your own self, right? But I lost my mouse, here we go. All right, just want to make sure I cover everything. In 2009, we moved to a single-family home in the Springfield neighborhood of Bethesda, where we've lived ever since. Our kids are products of Montgomery County Public Schools. Kristen is currently a high school junior, and Amanda is a sophomore at the University of Maryland. Over the years, I've served as a PTA president, a countywide PTA leader, an HOA board member, a civic association board member. I also taught a graduate-level statistics class at the University of Maryland, and have owned a couple of small businesses, including, I don't know if I've ever revealed this to you all, a dance supply retail shop, inspired by my daughters who were lifelong dancers. In January 2016, I was hired by the planning department as a part-time term contract employee, working on the schools element of the 2016 update to what is now the growth and infrastructure policy. And just about 5 years ago, I became chief of the countywide planning and policy division, where I oversaw work on our pedestrian master plan, complete streets design guide, the predictive safety analysis, several HP master plan designations, a good number of ZTAs, and just other numerous environmental and housing-related policies and other initiatives. My interests, I think some of you know this already, I love baseball. I'm an intense fan of the New York Yankees, having grown up in New York. Yes, Mr. Mills and I have a long-standing rivalry over the Orioles versus the Yankees, and that will continue. But I also just love, at this point, everything Maryland, University of Maryland in particular, right? And that even though I was a student there, and I'm an alumni, and I taught there and I worked there, it really became, my affinity for the school really happened when my daughter enrolled there. So that's kind of a little bit about me. I love traveling with my family, going to sporting events and other shows in the many great venues that we have in the area. So I hope that just gives you a little bit of insight into who I am and my background, and now I'll get really into the actual report. I thought I would take a second also just to highlight how I anticipate using this time with the board, recognizing it won't be very different from how it's been used in the past. But I'll try to take this time to talk a little bit about some staff efforts that are taking place that may not make their way to the board. We have a lot of people who work behind the scenes, and this is a good opportunity to kind of highlight their activities and what they're doing to make the department and the work that we do function well. I'll also provide some updates on projects that might be in between, work sessions with the board. There might be several months before you'd see them again, just to give you a kind of just an update on where things are standing on those. Also want to take some time during this to give some staff milestones and updates as people are retiring, or we have new people who are hired, or who are celebrating a significant anniversary, just to highlight it and recognize them here. And I'll do that for today in just a couple minutes here. talk a little bit about department events and activities, particularly around our different heritage months, as we do a bunch of different things, and anything that we do with our sister agencies in Prince George's County or with the Parks Department. And then really any other updates that it may be of interest to the board. And so I'm always interested. Feel free to reach out if there's something that you would like to get an update on or to know more about. It may not always be me sitting here giving the presentation. We'll bring in whoever we need to give you the update that you're looking for.
Can I just say something about updates? I think at least from my point of view, we are interested to understand what is happening in the county. Sometimes, in the county council or county executive, or in regard to economical development or issues that are eventually impact the county's, it could be well-being or economical status. A lot of those things. I think that for the four of us that we are part-time and we are not always involved with what is happening with the planning department or park. Well, I guess I could talk to park separately. But those are things that would be very helpful for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Okay, so then I will give some personnel updates. And to begin, I want to begin by thanking Deputy Planning Director Tanya Stern for serving as acting planning director for the past 13-plus months. She really provided some outstanding and stabilizing leadership for the department over a period of time that was challenging for us. And I don't think we could be any more appreciative for the time that she put in that role. And I'm excited to be able to continue working with Tanya along with the rest of our senior leadership staff in my new capacity. But Tanya's here, so I just want to thank her. Also want to introduce Chris Berger. Chris is also here. Chris joined us this week as a Cultural Resources Planner 3 in our Countywide Planning and Policy Division's Historic Preservation Division. Chris earned a bachelor's degree in journalism and a master's degree in historic preservation, both from the University of Florida. He comes to us from the city of Gaithersburg, however, where he's had worked since 2015 as its historic preservation planner. Prior to that, he had worked as an architectural historian for cultural resources management companies. Chris is a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners and is on the boards of the National Capital Area chapter of the APA, the American Planning Association, and the Maryland Association of Historic District Commissions. So with us, Chris will be joining HP's, the Historic Preservation Team's regulatory team, reviewing historic area work permit applications. So welcome, Chris. Also in countywide planning and policy, we've been joined this week by Jun Yang. Jun is in our transportation planning section of CPP. He comes to us from Prince George's County Planning, so he's no stranger to the commission. He's worked for the commission for a number of years and has 15 years of transportation, engineering, and project management experience in the public and private sectors. So for us, Jun is going to be working closely with our area teams to run our travel forecasting model for master plans and for master plan monitoring efforts. Also this week, the Mid-County Planning Division welcomes Sophie Kotzker as a Planner 2 on its master planning team. Sophie is a graduate of the University of Maryland, go Terps, for both undergraduate and graduate school, where she majored in history and earned a master's degree in community planning. She previously worked for the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, and most recently as an area planner for the Baltimore County Department of Planning. So welcome, Sophie. And lastly, Margie Jurist joined the Management Services Division as a Human Resources volunteer this week. She's been a resident of Montgomery County for 55 years and currently resides in Silver Spring. She has spent her entire career working for nonprofits. Margie has extensive experience in administrative support, specifically in human resources, and at Montgomery Planning, she will be joining us a couple days per week to staff our welcome desk on the 14th floor. So be sure to say hi to her as you come in on the 14th floor and you see her there, and as well as any of the other new employees that we have on our team. We're thrilled to have them all here with us. Okay, I thought I would take the remainder of my time to talk a little bit about my preliminary thoughts on priorities for the department as I embark in this new role. And I've kind of structured these in kind of short term, more medium term, and then the longer term. But envision that all of these are things that we should be starting to work on or thinking about now. It's just how long it might take for us to work on them. So for the short term, and this is a lot of this is what I'm kind of working on for myself. It's really about right now trying to establish relationships. And I have a lot of these relationships already, having been here and worked in the county, but it's trying to do somewhat what I've been referring to as an internal listening tour, meeting with our division chiefs, getting on their schedules to go to their staff meetings, and having conversations with staff about their interests for the department, how they see us, what they would like to see us do over the next few years, just what they see as working, not working, what we should be kind of contemplating is doing differently, or just we're trying to get a pulse of how people are feeling about the work that we do. And then also turning externally and looking at our elected officials, our partner agencies from the county, other community interest groups, land use attorneys and developers, and really trying to kind of work on my relationships with all of them and kind of gauge their thoughts on what should be our priorities and our focus and how we work with all of them. And then, of course, with you all. I'm looking forward to establishing stronger relationships with the board, holistically, but with each of you individually as well, and getting a good sense of your priorities. And I know well about the priority of focusing on housing production, and I'll talk about that in a second, but also just some of the other things that may be of interest to the board to see how we can integrate those thoughts and ideas into our work program too. But also very immediately, I'm focused a lot right now on this upcoming legislative session at the state. I know that our legal counsel last week presented to you on some of the bills that are being considered by local and by-county bills that are being considered by the local delegation. We're actively engaged in efforts to review those and make our thoughts and opinions known on those. There are some that we support, some that we don't, and we're working on that. And also then the FY25 budget. So you all have approved what we're sending along to the county as our request. We don't see this as a kind of a one and done where, we wait until the spring and then we try to lobby the county council about why these things are important. And this is something that we need to be talking about with people all along so that by the time they get to their vote, they understand our request. And that's, one of the focus that I'm going to have over the next few months. In the more medium term, this is where we're going to continue to work on the issue of how do we increase housing production in the county, and in particular, more affordable housing. How can it be incentivized and facilitated, and what role can we play in the planning department in that? And so there are a number of things that we're already working on and that we're going to continue working on. The first is our local housing targets, taking the regional target that we agreed to our share in Montgomery County for our target by 2030 and making that more localized. We are on the verge of being able to complete that and share that with you all and with the council. And then turning our sights back on some of the efforts that have been on pause, such as the Attainable Housing Strategies effort and just other things related to increase in housing production. So we'll be talking a lot about that over the next few months. Another is identification of future master plan areas, and some of this is thinking through, we have a new general plan, how does that general plan, kind of guide us? We also have a lot of new tools, the equity-related tools, and how do we use those tools to kind of give us a sense of where should we be focusing our master plan efforts? So give some thought to that over the coming months. And then reviewing Thrive's recommended actions. So you may recall that when Thrive was adopted, there was also, when we had worked on it here and through the planning board, there was a set of recommended actions that went along with them. And we need to look at those and see how well those match up with the ultimate version of Thrive that was adopted, and then what within there are things that we can focus on. Because Thrive is not just something that we reference in our master plans and say this is in conformance with the themes in Thrive, or that we look at a development application and say this is consistent with Thrive. There are also actions that can be taken. And so let's look at what those are and how do those play out for us. And that really ties then into my longer term. Here, again, this is something we're starting now, but just give some thought to what would a 5-year strategic plan look like for the department. And a lot of it will be based on some of those actions that came out of Thrive, and how do they fit into that 5-year plan for us, and how do they need to be done logically, and in what order, what things need to happen before other things. And just really give some strategic thought to all of that. And then ultimately implementing those Thrive, actually setting that strategic plan in action and starting to move forward with those action items that we can work on. So that is that's kind of just a high level. We're going to continue to refine, and again, through the conversations I'm having with staff, I think this will get more fleshed out a little bit more. The last thing I was new is just highlight real quickly what I'll talk about next time, but I wanted to pause to see if there were any questions or thoughts from the board.
That's great.
All right,
Thank
great.
you.
Okay, so next, when I'm back here in 2 weeks, Chair Harris had asked if Parks Director Mike Riley and I could take some time during upcoming directors' reports to talk about some of the sustainability efforts that we're doing in our 2 departments. Knowing that Director Riley only has a couple of these left before his retirement, I thought he might have an idea of things he wants to talk about those, so I offer to take this on. And so in 2 weeks, I'll be joined by Carl Morgan from our management services team and Kayla Hickman from Parks, and they're going to talk about the different sustainability efforts that we're embarking on in our 2 departments. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jason. It's really good to learn more about you and about your goals. So we look forward to working with you and all the good work of your department. Thank you.
Same here. Thank you.
And I just wanted to say welcome aboard. We are very happy that you're there, and I'm very delighted to see that you provided your short-term, mid-term, and long-term priorities. And I know that we're going to have some meetings together that we can include some of our priorities that are relevant to your priorities and put them all together. Again, welcome aboard. And I also wanted to thank Tanya. She had been a trooper, and we really appreciate the work that she has been doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we need to take a minute before we start the next one? Okay, so we'll take 2 minutes, and then we'll start item number 5, Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, work session number 5. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 5, Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, work session number 5, where Melissa Williams will lead the discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you. So once again, for the record, my name is Melissa Williams, and I'm the project lead for the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment. This is work session number 5. Today's agenda, staff will complete the review of the Chapter 4 district recommendations and Chapter 5 implementation. This review will also include related testimony, including the City of Tacoma Park resolution and including the City of Tacoma Park resolution. Staff will provide the new language and other edits requested by the board at previous work sessions. There will also be time for additional questions and comments. It is important to note that the December 14th work session will provide a red line version of the draft plan, which will include all the planning board edits, along with minor edits and corrections, or an errata, proposed by planning staff and the City of Tacoma Park. Staff will now present the requested text revisions requested by the planning board at the November 16th work session. So this is for housing. 3.3.2.3 is the preservation of housing and affordability. The original language is shown in black, and then we have the red strike through. So the new language would be develop targeted strategies to minimize displacement because of development while promoting social integration. So I just want to confirm that that meets the merit of the previous discussion. Yes? Okay. There was also a request for a new language, and so this new recommendation would be in housing 3.3.2.1, that's the housing production section, and that language would be the City of Tacoma Park should consider modifications to its rent stabilization policy to increase flexibility, decrease complexity, and ensure the policy does not deter new investment while continuing to safeguard tenants from onerous rent increases. And okay, fingers, okay, great. We also had language for the Maple Avenue District, that's the land use and zoning, and that's section 4.2.2.1. We are adding an additional bullet. That language is while the plan recommends a diversity of residential and non-residential land uses in the Maple Avenue District, the overall development pattern should remain primarily residential. Yes? And then we had some additional language for parks and open space. And so this would be 4.2.2.2, and this is page 86. And so there's a lot of new language here. I'm going to read through it. So the new recommendation is conduct feasibility studies to add a food forest orchard project in addition to the unprogrammed open space of Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park at the southeastern corner of Maple Avenue and Sligo Creek Parkway. Approximately 3/4 of the 0.5 plus or minus acre turf area of Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park is undevelopable for anything other than food forest, orchard, afforestation, et cetera, due to the floodplain and stream buffer constraints. The parkland outside of these environmentally sensitive areas could accommodate picnic tables and benches. And so we have a second bullet, which is conduct a feasibility study to add a neighborhood serving community garden to Opal A. Daniels Neighborhood Park. And then a third bullet, which is encourage temporary activation of the unprogrammed parkland at the intersection of Maple Avenue and Sligo Creek Parkway. Is that in line with the comments from the previous work session?
They are. I want a quick question. Can you go over again the definition? What could be considered temporary activation? Does that mean it's not a permanent? Could you just go over that, please?
For the record, Chuck Kynes with Montgomery Park. So temporary activation could be our park activation program, having scheduled events on
Okay,
that
great.
space for the community,
Great.
or it could be a community group hosting an event under a park permit.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Should there be something in parentheses, for example, or would other people? It doesn't have to be, but I'm just trying to.
Elsa Heisel McCoy, Chief, Town County Planning for the record. I think at the sector plan level, I think this is.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is good.
What about if you just, do you mean pop-up instead of temporary? Is something that you just pop up based on the condition rather than temporary? Does it make sense?
Pop-up means unscheduled, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
I don't
it
know if-
was just based on the situation. Temporary, to me, it means that you can just use it for a certain time period and then not anymore. It's going to go away. But pop-up, it could be continuous. Temporary may not feel like that is a continuous action that
All right.
could happen.
We
I'm
could
just-
remove the word temporary and
Yeah.
just say encourage activation.
I think that would be
Yeah,
great.
I think it makes more
Okay.
sense because I had the same question, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we will remove the word temporary, and that last bullet will read, encourage activation of the unprogrammed parkland at the intersection of Maple Avenue and Sligo Creek Parkway. Okay. Okay, and then the planning board also requested an updated graphic to add clarity to staff transit recommendations. This graphic represents the existing transit access within the planned area. Connectivity, including transit access, was fully discussed in previous work sessions. And so this would just be an additional graphic we would add to that section. Okay. So now we'll go into the district recommendations. As noted previously, the plan was divided into 3 districts. Each had focused recommendations that related to its unique conditions. Staff will now discuss the Flower Avenue District, which is the 3rd and final district. The Flower Avenue District represents the past and the potential of the plan area. This district is also presents the most significant opportunity for revitalization within the plan area and is home to a large number of institutional uses, including the Washington Adventist University and the former Washington Adventist Hospital, as well as the community hub of the Erie Center and a variety of housing types. It is adjacent to Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park and a number of existing established residential neighborhoods. Staff met with stakeholders, including property owners, to craft zoning recommendations for the Flower Avenue District. This included regular meetings with the City of Tacoma Park staff and representatives from the Washington Adventist Group. As a result of these conversations, the plan recognized the need for flexible redevelopment options and the creation of public amenities and facilities desired by residents and other stakeholders. For the Washington Adventist properties, which includes the professional building, including the professional building and the Seventh-day Sligo Adventist Church, including the professional building, a CR zone is recommended for Site 23, and a CRT is recommended for Sites 24 and 25. The plan proposes these mixed-use zones with a maximum FAR of 1.25, and that would be a C of 1.25 and an R of 1.25, with heights ranging from 70 to 120 feet. Site 26, which is closer to an established single-family neighborhood, has a recommended maximum FAR of 0.75, once again with the C and the R both having 0.75, and a maximum height of 55 feet. Sites 27 through 33 are properties within the Erie Center. The plan supports the continuation of the Erie Center as a retail node and seeks to ensure its compatibility with adjacent residential uses. The plan recommends a maximum FAR of 1, and that's a CRN. So note that there's a different mixed-use zoning tool used here with a maximum height of 50 feet. With a maximum height of 50 feet. And hold on, I'm seeing something. Hold on just a second. Sorry, just had to double check something. All right, so we're back on track with a maximum height of 50 feet. And so once again, you can note here that the C and the R are both given the same maximum 1 FAR.
Maybe you can go over with the board the difference between a CRT and a CRN in.
Yes. So the CRN essentially doesn't have an optional method of development. And it also has different uses that are allowed. So this is essentially a less intensive mixed-use zoning tool that has uses that are more of a neighborhood feel, more local serving. And so what was interesting about this portion of the plan area is we actually used all three versions of the CR zone. So we have the CR for Site 23, then we have the CRT on some of the other properties, and then we have the CRN, which we use for the Erie Center properties.
Thank you.
As previously mentioned, the plan recommends the removal of obsolete or inconsistent zoning. While the Tacoma Park East Silver Spring Overlay Zone does allow for a mix of uses, it limits the types of commercial and non-residential uses. It also limits the building height and is not as flexible as the proposed CR zones. As such, the plan recommends the removal of this overlay zone. And so, as we mentioned earlier, we also recommended the removal of the overlay zone that was on Maple Avenue. Overall, the plan made the following land use and zoning recommendations in the Flower Avenue district, and so I'm going to read those to you. Once again, that's to eliminate the existing overlay zone. We also changed zoning from CRT to CRN to simplify, CRT to CRN to simplify the development review process by not requiring a sketch plan. The Adventist campus property is recommended for CR to ensure that potential future development is addressed holistically in a single sketch plan under the optional method of development. And we also said that we should consider the feasibility of location or co-location of public or community serving uses. So staff will now discuss Site 23, which is the Washington Adventist campus. It's currently occupied by the university buildings, the former Washington Adventist Hospital, and the professional building. It is also adjacent to the Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park. It represents a large opportunity for redevelopment, and it was also one of the sites that received a considerable amount of testimony. As such, the plan makes a number of recommendations designed to encourage a holistic and environmentally sensitive approach towards redevelopment and reinvestment into these properties. And so now I'm going to go through the recommendations one by one. So here we have rezoned Site 23, which is currently occupied by the Washington Adventist University buildings and the former hospital, Washington Adventist Hospital, from R60 to CR 1.25, C 1.25, R 1.25, with a maximum height of 120 feet. And that's to allow for potential future development flexibility. And we also had a recommendation that included a transition so that the maximum height for buildings fronting Flower Avenue was 70 feet for a horizontal distance of 20 feet. And we also made recommendations that address what redevelopment on the site should and could accomplish. So redevelopment on the site should be addressed under a single sketch plan application to the greatest extent practicable to ensure the site as a whole meets the recommendations of this plan. We also recommended the inclusion of a primary central public open space of approximately 1/2 acre, and also minimizing environmental impacts to Sligo Creek and the associated stream valley. The plan also sought to address concerns raised by the community regarding the impact of development on Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park and the creek. The plan recommended dedicating and formally identifying the existing wooded slope easement on the Washington Adventist Hospital site as parkland. This would ensure efficient and effective management of this environmentally sensitive portion of Site 23. So I'm going to read through these recommendations. And number one is formally dedicate and identify the roughly 2.8 acres as M&C PPC parkland. Number two, all development should capture density from the dedicated area, utilizing the tree stand area to meet the forest conservation, tree canopy, and other regulatory requirements. And dedication shall occur with the completion of development and after accommodating existing and proposed utilities. I would also like to note that this slide illustrates the general boundaries of the wooded slope easement and provides an oversight of how and when the dedication process would occur.
Can I ask a quick question on the dedication? So in terms of the time frame, completion shall occur with completion of development. Does that mean development of the entire site or portions of the site? Because you mentioned ideally it would come in as a holistic sketch plan, but obviously probably phase development beyond that.
So I think the specifics, I think, would be determined at the time of the regulatory application. I think, so this slope is currently covered by an easement between the university and the park system, so this would be sort of an updated easement of dedication. And so I think that would be, I think if the board wanted to specify, to provide some additional direction as to when this dedication would take place as part of the sector plan, I think that now would be the time to add that language. Otherwise, it would be determined when the application came in.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Additional recommendations for Site 23 included the following. Consider the feasibility of a location or co-location of public or community-serving uses, establishing a network of streets, bicycle facilities, and sidewalks that actively connect the campus to the surrounding community. We also wanted to note that new private streets should conform to the Complete Streets Design Guide for Town Center Streets, including appropriate pedestrian facilities on both sides of the streets. Also, as discussed in 3.3.4, it was dedicate a maximum of 50 feet of right-of-way on the north side of Carroll Avenue along a portion of the site frontage as needed to accommodate an SHA project to realign Carroll Avenue. And so I just want to keep in mind that this is what's in the plan today, so there will be conversation further along in the presentation about some changes. We also had to consider the creation of a mobility hub to provide a map of nearby transit stops, a micro-mobility corral to accommodate electronic scooters, and electric bicycles and other micro-mobility vehicles, provide a publicly accessible pedestrian path at the western edge of the site overlooking Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park, and provide a significant covered bike parking area for student, residents, and community use. And then finally, we had evaluate adaptive building reuse to reduce embodied carbon emissions associated with demolition and new building construction while retaining the culture of the community and campus history. Even though all buildings should be evaluated, preserving the campus gymnasium, and that's at 715 Maplewood Avenue, should be particularly considered. Okay. As mentioned in previous
Can I
works.
ask you a question
I'm sorry.
regarding the gymnasium? Have you looked at the condition of the gymnasium, that if this is a realistic recommendation?
So we have Rebecca Ballo here from our historic preservation staff. They did, so I think based on the pictures that I saw, I would say yes, but I would defer to Rebecca, who's actually, she and her team have been inside the space.
So it's already historic or no?
Well, I think it has a sort of upturned Viking ship character to it. It's an amazing space, and so it's the building's not falling down. And I think it was just an opportunity, if that could be used in some way to not be torn down. That's sort of where this recommendation is going. And this, again, this is just an encouragement. I think if the language is in here. When a development application came in, depending on what was being proposed, if something for the gymnasium, for example, were proposed, if it were proposed to be torn down, we would ask them to describe why, describe how they looked into adaptive reuse and why it didn't work if they didn't proceed in that direction.
Okay, if that includes, because I wasn't sure if that language allows that, but if that is part of the understanding, then I'm fine.
Yeah, the
because you just-
recommendation is
yeah.
just evaluation.
Okay. As mentioned in the previous work sessions, the Washington Adventist Group had a concurrent internal process that provided insight into their goals for the property. This slide represents one of the concepts that was shared at their community meeting. Staff believes that the plan recommendations can accommodate their vision for the property in addition to the needs and desires of other community stakeholders.
So I can have a question. So you mentioned a green space of at least a half acre. Did that come from the community or does that come from our suggestion?
So I think all of the stakeholders agreed that there was a desire to retain what we see as the commons. The community wanted to have a public open space that was freely accessible. The university, they have a historical there's an attachment historically to that common space and the framing of how the rest of the campus works around it. And then our historic preservation department also had recommendations about the retention of this space. So I think everyone kind of saw it as one of the central organizing features around development or existing development and development that could happen here in the future.
Okay, great. I was just wondering, what's shown here as common, is that a half acre or is that more? Or do you have a sense of what?
I don't have a sense of how large of the space
So,
that they're showing, but.
The current space that's out there now that we visited on the tour, it's open on the south side.
Yeah.
There are no buildings there. But that's probably around 3/4 of an acre in the ballpark if you put buildings back on that side. A half an acre is a size that we use in sort of more urban areas for like a minimum size for a park. And we got comments from the city and residents, and Melissa's going to get to that. But I think they have about 4 acres of public open space to provide on the
Okay.
whole campus. And I think given all the things that Melissa said in terms of the importance of the space, that's where we're looking.
Okay. And your recommendations a minimum half acre? What did it say? I'm sorry, did it
Oh,
say?
yeah, the current recommendation, how I'll go back.
Approximately
Yeah, it was
1/2 acre.
approximately
Okay.
1/2 acre.
Okay.
But we have a recommended change, which we'll
Okay,
get to.
okay.
Okay. Okay, the City of Tacoma Park had a number of questions and comments related to Site 23 and how the plan proposed to address compatibility and development impacts. So I'll read this question. It was, how do the development requirements, including setbacks, building heights and step downs, lot coverage, and density of the newly proposed zoning for the Washington Adventist site impact neighboring single-family housing? The MMPA should reduce the scale height and apply appropriate setbacks of parcels adjoining Maplewood and Greenwood Avenues in order to preserve the character of adjacent single-family home, housing. And so what we wanted to add is that the zoning ordinance has specific development requirements and addresses setbacks, step-downs, and lot coverage. The plan recommended CR zones provide the maximum building height and density. Staff believes that the plan recommendations and the development requirements of the zoning ordinance will address concerns related to character and compatibility of new development. So we're not proposing text changes here, but we do have graphics that we think could better explain how we anticipate the zoning ordinance and the zoning recommendations working together. And so we have, what we show here is the section 59.4.1.8, which addresses compatibility for CR properties next to single-family properties. And so you can see that there is a setback with a 45-degree plane that actualizes the height that's allowed in the confronting zone. And so there are also additional setback requirements as a part of the zone as well. And so we have a graphic. This is not included in the plan, but it's readily available on our website. But we do have this graphic that shows the requirements for abutting and confronting properties.
Can I just drill in just for a moment? So what this shows for abutting, this is the rear-to-rear relationship. And the next diagram is going to look at the building height limits for the properties. But when you have this back-to-back relationship, the rear setback is 1.5 times what it normally is. Then the new development, so this is the larger building on the left in the left-hand diagram, you can go up to the allowable height of the current zone, or of the neighboring zone, and then you have to keep the building under a 45-degree plane. When you're confronting across the street, it's the same. You can go up to the height of the residential zone and then keep the building under a 45-degree plane. So if Melissa will go to the next slide. if Melissa will allow me to
Are
to
these
talk
two
about this.
diagrams exactly the same, except that one is for abutting and one is for confronting?
So they are different in the setback in the middle. So on the left, it's setback as specified in 418A, which is the 1.5
Oh, I
times the normal
see.
setback. But as a general, otherwise, yes, it's the same. It's the same rule for going up to the height allowed and then under the 45-degree plane.
Can I jump in with a quick question? Have we done the analysis on how much, assuming all this and the appropriate setbacks from the, I think it's 26 on the map, or, yeah, 26 on the map, can we fit anything in there other than, can we fit anything in there under that CR, I think it's CRN zone, with those setback requirements and that angle requirement?
Sure. So as we'll see on the next diagram, the height difference between the R40 zoning to the east along Garland Avenue and the site identified as 26 is 20 feet. So that's about 2 stories. If it's a non-residential building, it's really 1 story.
Yeah.
And so those lots are deep enough to accommodate a variety of uses within this restriction.
Okay, within so we've established a zone where you can actually build something in there that would
Right, and-
conform and would,
And you can see on the Melissa, would you go to the next slide, please? So when you look at 26, the properties on the right side on the east side of Greenwood Avenue, they're older residential lots. And so it's likely that moving forward, those lots would be consolidated.
Yeah.
And that, I think, for a lot of the properties that are sort of offside the main campus, I think we would expect consolidation of properties to give a larger, to give more room, breathing room, but it's enough.
and those aren't currently owned by the campus or by the
The university owns, they don't own all of them, they own a fair number.
They own a fair amount of that 26
Yeah, and some
block.
of them have been, I think there's a music building back there. I think
the
there
tour,
are
yeah.
some university offices,
Okay.
classroom buildings
All
there.
right, I just want to, with the setbacks and the requirements of height and, with the requirements of height not necessarily just being 55, but being 55 relative to the zone that's next to them, I want to make sure that we've got something in there that allows them to actually be redeveloped into something slightly more dense, yeah.
Yeah, and to that point, I'm wondering if, I'm curious to hear thoughts on this, but I'm wondering if it might be worth including a little bit of language, especially considering that Washington Adventist seems to own many of those parcels, a little bit of language encouraging the consolidation of some of these parcels, just to make sure that we have sufficient opportunities to, to Commissioner Hedrick's point, to build something that provides a little more density and also does conforms and doesn't kind of exceed the height limits of the adjacent zones. I'm not totally sure what that language might look like, but maybe that's a way of addressing that specific
Yeah.
concern.
And
I was going to, yeah, I think you answered the question, but for example, like 33 or 32, the houses next to them, so the house next to on Flower that's not in the zone, this adjacent, because it's that close, you can still get to 50 feet at 30 or, at 33. Does that make sense what I'm saying? So can you even hit the heights that we have here based on the adjacent properties?
Sure. So let me, I'll go through this diagram and I'll start at the top. So
Okay.
the area around the Erie Center, the heights recommended are 50 feet in sort of the northern part, 27 and 28 are actually 45 feet. So it's, 10 to 15 feet, which again is really just one floor. And so there's enough room to add an additional floor. There are, the lots there are small. Some of the ownership is fractured, the buildings are smaller. This is a longer term, this is looking, 20 years out at the potential. But I think in terms of compatibility with the surrounding development, it's, between 35 and 50, you're adding one floor. Between 35 and 40, you're probably not adding a floor at all. You're going to be about the same height as the neighboring buildings. The buildings on 27 and 28, I think they were a mix of residential zoning, and some seem to have been, carved into sort of boarding house. And so I think the intent here was to embrace what's there now and make it easier so that they didn't have to sort of do the contortions to make the residential zones work for them. As we move around, the edges as we cross Flower Avenue, Site 25 is 70. Where that symbol is actually the athletic field, the very high-quality athletic field. So I think any development that happened on Lot 5 would have the athletic field, I think, to provide a buffer to the folks just outside the plan area. Moving around to the properties on Greenwood, like I said, it's, a floor or two, and there's a significant tree stand between the properties on Area 26 and the homes on Garland. So again, I think you're just looking at sort of one story. As you come around to the south, opposite Carroll, you go from 35 to 70. So that is 35 feet. That's another 3 floors. But the property on Site 24, just below the 70, is the church.
It's a church.
So that we think we expect that to go anywhere. And then as you move over to 23, I think any development along Carroll Avenue is going to have to meet that setback and angle requirement, and that can be met by, they could just set the building back a little bit further and they may need to do that anyway for the Carroll Avenue realignment. So I think, we heard the community. We wanted to make recommendations for zoning that was not, you weren't going to have 120 feet next to 35 feet.
Right.
And even on 23, Site 23, as Melissa mentioned, even though the entire site is zoned for 120, there's very explicit language in the plan that 120 is meant to be on the west side over the park, which is 120 is about the tallest height of the existing hospital. So it would be about the same scale, but then would have to be 70 feet along Flower. So that along Flower, you had sort of this 6-story, feel.
Right.
Imagine, and with particular, so going back to the 23, the FAR, I think, is 1.25 for both the commercial and the residential. Does that allow for a coverage amount, given setback requirements, given open space requirements, given our suggestion of half, plus the dedication of the parkland, to cover this footage now, to allow a building envelope that covers both the footage now plus sort of the parking and stuff? Can you build out on that space to something,
So we worked closely, as Melissa said, with the Adventist team and, asked them to sort of, take a look at and tell us what you need. And the site is 40 acres. It's a huge
It's a big
site. And so the zoning that we're recommending is in line to accommodate their longer-term plans.
Okay.
Yes, I'm glad we're having this discussion, and you drew the diagrams because there was a concern from the community that, as you said, there would be this big wall next to it. But with the standard zoning requirements and the setbacks and this angle, I'm comfortable that you won't have that wall.
And I'm looking also now, I think we could, so I think we have language that talks about the relationship or the building heights along Flower. I think we could add Maplewood so that, you would have the 45-degree angle anyway, but you do have the single-family homes on the west end of Maplewood approaching the park. And so I think we could add, the 70 feet, a minimum along both Flower and Maplewood, which would, sort of drop the height down to that, and then they would still have to meet the zoning code.
Okay, great.
And that's that would be for the sections 27 and 28 to allow for slightly higher on those?
It would be more for the portion of 23 that's directly across from the single families that are outside the plan area. We have a separate recommendation, or a second text change in response to the community comments that Melissa's going to get to in a minute, that I think, that area is sort of the Hospital Hill area, and we're recommending that be retained anyway. So I think we have sort of belts and suspenders for that relationship.
So were you talking about 70 feet across from 35 feet? Is that what you were saying? Or
Well, that would be sort of, it would be 70 feet as, it would be 35 feet across from 70 feet as modified by that 45-degree
Okay.
plane. So they could set the building back 30 feet and then just go up to 70.
Right.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
fine, I think that's good.
So I just wanted to clarify. So the language that we have in the plan is the maximum building height should transition to a maximum height for buildings fronting Flower Avenue of 70 feet for a horizontal distance of 20 feet. Are we now adding fronting Flower Avenue and Maplewood Avenue? Is that the recommendation?
I would just remain the language as is personally. That's mine. I don't want to complicate that along about, because there is current development at the corner of Maplewood and Flower. It's I want to say it was the observatory building, trying to remember from the thing. But like, I wouldn't want to restrict on that, on the Maplewood side, particularly given that that's one area in which it's, like, particularly the 28 is not abutting most shorter single family and could allow for slightly higher with less setbacks in the 28. So I would minimize the language in there along the corner, at least for the Maplewood and Flower section, like that area of.
But I agree with you, but I thought you were talking about across from the 120. Is that what you were talking about?
It was to include, I mean, we could say, the single family or the R60. I think if the board is, I think we hear the board that it's not about the corner of Maplewood and Flower, but it's more about sort of the western end of
Along
Maplewood. I
the
think we
road
can craft
as
some
well.
language and put
bring
that
it.
in.
I also
the
think a
red line.
belt's enough for that, rather than just smoking suspenders, but go with the rest of the point.
Very good.
So one final question, because we started this conversation with a potential recommendation to encourage consolidation of properties along Greenwood. Are we still contemplating that, or is that no longer necessary?
I'm good with that, the consolidated.
Do we want to limit it just to Greenwood, or do we want to say, I mean, I think, they're going to have to do it, so I'm not
Yeah.
sure that they would need encouragement,
Encouragement,
because if they
yeah.
wanted to do it, they would have to do it.
Yeah.
But I think we could add a bullet that, and I think other plans have done this, where we encourage property consolidation to,
Yeah, it's a-
I think it doesn't, I totally hear you. I think it doesn't hurt just to sort of nail it in a little bit further and prevent one-offs on single parcels that we're not particularly happy with in the end, but, yeah.
Okay, so we're all in agreement? Okay, great. All right, so we will craft language to address Maplewood Avenue, and we will also add a bullet that encourages the consolidation of properties, and that's going to be a general bullet okay, got it. Okay. Okay, as noted during the earlier discussion of Site 23, the plan proposes a number of public space and public benefit recommendations. The flexible zoning, I'm sorry, let me read the question first before I respond. So the City of Tacoma Park resolution, this was an additional question. What specific public space and public benefits recommendations can be made for the Washington Adventist site? Specifically, how can recommendations on the site address the 6 key community priorities in the public hearing draft? And they're referencing the key takeaways that we talked about early on in work session number 1. The plan should explore recommending inclusion of dedicated public spaces on the site. Additionally, the plan's 35% green cover requirement should not mitigate the need for dedicated public space to the benefit of green roofs. And so I'll go through all of this and explain what we believe that final sentence was about. So first, I would add that during the earlier discussion of Site 23, the plan proposed, we spoke about the plan recommendations for a number of public space and public benefits. The flexible zoning recommendation allows for the development of new retail options and new institutional uses such as healthcare and other co-located public facilities. So that's getting to one of the community priority comments. Additionally, the plan recommends a variety of approaches for affordable housing production and the protection of Sligo Creek, Stream Valley Park, and Sligo Creek itself. And so that's getting to, additionally, more of the community priorities. And so we believe that we actually hit all of the community priorities that were listed. There were 6, one of those was just the people love living in Tacoma Park, and we want to continue, we want them to continue to love living in Tacoma Park. For that final sentence, staff wanted to note that the plan's goal of 35% green cover is not intended to substitute dedicated public space for options such as green cover. So we believe that these two things can happen concurrently. So it's not an if or, it could be both. And so because of that, we are not recommending a text change related to this particular question in the resolution. Okay? The city of Tacoma Park also expressed concern regarding the retention of the open space on the Washington Adventist property, specifically Hospital Hill and the university's Central Commons area. So I'm going to read the resolution, the point from the resolution now, and that's within the green space requirements of the Washington Adventist site development. The MMPA should, number 1, retain the green space at Hospital Hill, and that's that green land located at Maplewood Avenue and Maple Avenue. It's at the corner. And number 2, it's increased the recommended 1/2 acre primary central public open space with a recommended unobstructed opening on Flower Avenue to better preserve the existing central commons on the Washington Adventist site, promote its continuing accessibility to the public, and respect the historical legacy of the commons for public health and recreation. And so staff's response to that is proposing a language revision. And so now we'll talk about that language. So this is the proposed language. It's for Site 23. It would be on page 91, Washington Adventist. So this is a new bullet, and it's recommends to retain to the maximum extent practicable the existing open space along Maplewood Avenue, known as Hospital Hill. And so that would be a new bullet that we would add. And then we have a revision to another bullet, and that's include a primary central public open space of at least 1/2 acre, and that is open to Flower Avenue. And so that's how we would like to address the concerns raised by that point in the resolution.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm not sure that not having any kind of a sketch plan or not knowing what is the future plan for that site, we put a lot of restrictions for this open space, that it has to be central, it has to be open, and it has to be at that size. I'm concerned that take away the best location for that open space in consideration with other amenities or buildings that it's going to be there, without having an overall view that how everything is located. We're just telling them that we want this central, it has to be this side, it has to be central, and it has to be open to that. So right there, it creates restrictions for the best and effective design of the whole site. It's just something that, central might as well be good, and it comes out, but I think that we should make sure that we have flexibility, that this open space is designed as efficient as possible with the use and location of the future development.
So, I think you've identified, so we wanted, so one of the purposes of the sector plan is where there is an important element that it is defined. And so the central commons that's historically been there is larger than 1/2 acre. And I think it's staff's priority that should remain the central space of the central space of the campus. It's larger than 1/2 acre. It's, there is flexibility built in. So if there was something super amazing that they came up with, the zoning ordinance requires substantial conformance. So if it was in a slightly different location or slightly different size, the planning board has the ability to add development review to provide that. But on the campus, our general approach was flexibility. So we said, you can have maximum height. So as a general matter, flexibility, but maximum height should be along the park. The edges should be compatible with the surrounding community. And this central space is really sort of from a design perspective, the one thing that we wanted. And it's more or less already there, so I think I think to take that out, to take that recommendation out risks losing it altogether, and sort of the space.
I'm not suggesting to take it out. I'm just suggesting that to make sure that we have flexibility. Because I'm not sure, in my mind, I'm thinking that, okay, you have half an acre that is not such a big site. And we say that all the maximum height should be at the park. So what if they design something that encapsulate this park with tall building, and it doesn't give us what we were really open space that we wanted to have. Right now it's open space because it's big and you don't have the tall buildings, okay? But in future, it may not feel that way with that design.
Can I just ask one quick question? If you don't mind?
I'm asking Melissa to go back while you're, yeah.
Okay, so it's good you said that this is, the plan is, needs to be in substantial conformance in that. I think it's good to have some goals, which you put in here. I think for the sizes, project this size, 40 acres, a half an acre, I mean, I think it's okay to have at least a half an acre. I think, visibility and seeing, having these view quarters is important in a big site. And if they can't, I think they should at least try, Commissioner Pettit, to try to have this common center view area. But could you point out again, where is this, what do they call it, the sledding hill, or whatever they call it,
Backlift.
back there.
That's this
And
area
that's where,
here.
and that was your recommendation because it's sloped
They've been using it for years to sled, and so we had not specifically addressed it in the plan, and they asked that we include language that specifically addressed Hospital Hill because it's a beloved community amenity.
Right.
We do note that in the concept that Washington Adventist shared, they do have that noted as parkland. So
Okay,
we have that.
Okay, so it can be considered, yeah.
And they would get credit for it as
Yeah,
public open
great.
space.
As public
open
towards
space
their
as well.
4
Great.
acres. And it's not, I think you all were out there. It's Maplewood is very steep.
Yeah.
And Maple as coming up is very steep. That hill is very steep. There's a nice little sort of hillock on top.
Right.
Which makes it ideal for sledding. And so, yeah, I think we're just formalizing that.
I'm good with those
Okay.
recommendations, but I'd like to hear,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I'm good with the sledding hill recommendation. I have no problem putting that in there and formalizing that within the document. I only just, the half acre open space from approximately at least, good. It's just that we're sort of, I think somewhat to Demetrius' point, we're sort of requiring that it open to Flower Avenue as opposed to another. I think practically speaking, in practice, the most likely thing that would happen would be something like this diagram here, where that commons is retained in the middle fronting onto Flower Avenue. But if there was a situation in which, I think that lower right residential is currently a parking lot, if I'm remembering correctly. But there might be, and I think the upper residential there is currently one of their academic buildings. If there was a situation in which it had switched, in which there was a parkland that now is opening largely to the new street or across from the academic, do we limit ourselves in that place? Do we limit ourselves with that language on overall configuration of those plots in a larger sketch? We'll have a larger sketch plan. In practice, I don't think it's probably likely, but with the requiring it to open to Flower Avenue is my question, basically.
Again, I think from a design standpoint, it's a goal. Could you go forward to the language, and we can come back to whatever you want to
Okay.
show. But I think it's a design goal, and so designers need limits and goals and priorities. And so I think for this space, and I think open to Flower Avenue could mean lots of things. It could be an opening that's 100 feet wide. It could be an opening that's 20 feet wide. If there were some beautiful buildings and there's, a gate that sort of goes through.
Yeah.
You could have, I think, very nice designs. So these are really intended just as design goals.
As design goes. So it doesn't limit us in that point to say there's a building, there's a large gate, the big half acre is back here behind sort of an art, that it doesn't limit us in that term. It doesn't require there be a certain length of open space. In that case, it's fine. Yeah, no problem.
Just to confirm, I think this is probably obvious, but just to confirm, we're not expecting or proposing that the common open space would become parkland. We're simply proposing it as open space
That is correct.
that would remain under the ownership of, yeah.
Yes, there's no, the plan does not recommend any new Parks Department-owned land or city parks-owned land.
Yeah.
So even the dedication of the hill, the owner would retain ownership. The dedication would be an easement on top. And all of the public spaces we're talking about are POPs. They're privately owned public spaces. They would have, they would maintain them. They would have a certain amount of control over what happens in them. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And what about the dedication on the Sligo? Is that still not, the Parks Department is along, not the hill, but along the creek? The Parks Department is currently doing the maintenance on that, is that accurate? And then
So
that
that's the
dedication will be
same-
formalized?
So right now, so if we go back to you're doing great. So in the sort of the yellow hatched area, it's, it's not really, you've seen it, you can't really get
can't
up
do
and
it,
down it. The Parks Department maintains that now. As it comes down to the bottom of the hill, where you're getting more to the park proper, the park path is sometimes on the parkland and is sometimes on the hill land. And so I think, the discussions about the meets and bounds and the terms of the easement, the intent would be to clean all of that up.
At the point in time. All right, great, thank you.
Do we have a sense for how well used or how it is currently used, the common space currently on the site? Because I remember, obviously, when we did the tour, it's a moment in time, so it's not a particularly useful snapshot, but I don't recall like any, it's simply open space. I think there were a few benches out there. Obviously, there's nice mature trees, but it's probably used by students, I imagine, for hanging out, but like anything else that's
I
done
mean, I
there.
think when the hospital was, in use, so I guess the short answer is no. I think when the hospital was in use, I'm sure the folks going to the hospital used it.
Yeah.
And that when school's in session and the weather's clement, the students use it. But we don't have a formal assessment.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes,
There
there are times where the university has like special events out there, they tented events and stuff, but not, it's not crowded with people.
I guess I was wondering, and this may not be something we have to explicitly address now, because when it comes in for sketch, it's something we can probably talk more about in the future. But I think I share a bit of Commissioner Pedoweem's concern of the prescriptiveness of this in terms of maintaining a specific location and size and kind of fronting a certain way. I think that concern might be mitigated a little bit, at least in my mind, if we had a little bit of language about expectations for the common space as well. In terms of, so it's not just sort of open space that meets the regulation that's required, but open space that provides real kind of activation opportunities for incoming residential, and therefore is sort of important to be located kind of in this central area because it's proximate to a lot of the development, and it will be accessible to a lot of the development in the area, and therefore, will provide, if it's not recreational opportunities, like various kind of activation opportunities. Some language to that effect, just to sort of demonstrate the importance. Obviously, it's historic to some extent that it's been there for a long time, but the importance from a future standpoint, why it should remain there and how it will be used.
So I get, so right now, the recommendation reads include, or as we have it amended, include a primary central public open space of at least 1/2 acre. I think we could add some qualifying language that talked about, the design flexibility in terms of its relationships, to the new development or the surrounding streets, or, for the use of, so I think we can, take a stab at that language and include it in the red line to discuss next time.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I don't think it necessarily needs to be extensive, but something just to sort of note, to underscore why we are prescribing that location, or, you know, the benefit to the surrounding future residents.
Yeah, just think about it, that most of this is for future. It may happen in 20 or 30 years. So it's for our children, not the people that are there right now, that they have this kind of attachment to these features. So we want to make sure that we have the best efficient design possible, considering that this is one of the goals that we want to achieve. But it could have some flexibility if 20 years from now they think that's the best location for it. That's what I was trying to say. When you put too many restrictions, then you tie the hands of the designer to give you the best efficient design.
Yep, I think we can do that. Thank you.
Okay, the city of Tacoma Park also had another statement related to Site 23. That is, the MMPA should clearly map the planned dedication and demarcate the allowable line of development on Site 23 abutting Sligo Creek. Any dedication and additional development requirements should preserve the existing native forested area and provide appropriate development setbacks and stormwater requirements to protect the environmental health of the creek. And so staff would like to say that while there was not a clear line of demarcation, that would be established in the development review process. We did provide the board, and we talked about that earlier, with a graphic that generally highlights the proposed dedication of land requested by the Parks Department. That rendering also provided general guidance on how and where the dedication would occur on Site 23. And the existing city and county stormwater and tree ordinances would still be in place to protect the environmental health of the creek. So that was our response to that, and we're not proposing any additional text changes. We do believe that we can add that graphic to the appendix, and that might be something that the city and other stakeholders might find useful, if that is something that the board thinks makes sense.
Yeah, that's great. So the answers you're saying now are answers you're going to have in your, sort of the letter back to the, okay.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. And the stormwater requirements and stuff like that, those typically they happen once they submit their plans for whatever. So their
Exactly.
stormwater requirements will be addressed, but not at this level, at
At the time of the development review
the
process.
time of development review, yes.
The next question is, what is the appropriate zoning for the Erie Center retail node to meet the MMPA vision of the neighborhood that serves retail without adversely impacting existing single-family homes? MMPA roadway and transit recommendations within the district should allow for local usability of the center and well-functioning traffic conditions. So I just wanted to note that the Erie Center, which consisted of sites 27 through 33, which we discussed previously, were all given compatible zoning, which could also allow for consolidation, and I know that was something that came up as a comment earlier. This zoning recommendation allows for the continuation of existing uses and flexibility for future redevelopment. It's important to note the zoning ordinance will control compatibility requirements beyond height and density, which are expressed in the draft plan. Staff does not propose any recommendations beyond what is currently in the plan, and we also wanted to note that more specific transportation analyses will occur as a part of the development review process. So as such, we're not proposing text changes here. We did receive additional testimony. So this is the general concerns that were raised. These related to compatibility and uses within the Flower Avenue District. As noted earlier, the plan's proposed CR zones and the zoning ordinance will work together to address issues related to the compatibility of future development with existing uses. The plan's recommendations also allow for flexibility in types of uses and would accommodate institutional development and a diversity of housing types. As such, staff does not propose text changes. So you can see the general concerns were related to transportation impacts, the type of uses and the compatibility with the existing neighborhood. And we believe that our recommendations address all of those concerns.
I have a question.
Yes.
This is general public asking, okay?
This is general, yes.
Okay. So I could be one. Number two, and that's for Commissioner Bartley. It says that people think that the plan doesn't address parking impact.
Yes.
And in general, I agree with that statement because we are used right now to have ample parking that we would be able to park. But the idea of Thrive and also this new master plan is reduced parking. Because you're adding a lot of density, but you're expecting, or we are expecting, that people use the public transportation, okay? And this is, so they are correct when they say that it's less parking. And we are not specifically tell them why it is. So we have to acknowledge that, I don't think anywhere I have seen that we acknowledge that, yes, it is less parking, more density to encourage people to use public transportation. And by the way, there would be public transportation available, because if we try to encourage and there is no public transportation, that you may say it's a bus, but the bus comes every hour, and that may not work for people, that they just have that kind of a schedule. So it has to be something that the public transportation is feasible for people to use. And this is a general question, actually, I have. That's why I said that this is for Commissioner Bartley, because we discussed it the other day. And I agree that that exists. This is for our future. We try to encourage them, but we are not there yet to have enough public transportation that allows this. So what's going to happen for people in between, or time in between?
So is it, but this, I think, this area has plenty of transportation opportunities. And then I think maybe you could specify, address in your answer, that
If
they
it's
have,
so-
has, X routes, walking distance to X, 2 bus lines to get to, the.
So I would add that we did, when we had the conversation about connectivity, we did make some edits to that language. I don't know that we specifically spoke to Thrive having this goal of reducing parking, and so that could be something that we could build on. But we did talk about, there was language that we added that talked about making explicit that we should have connectivity to existing and planned transit facilities. And so that was new language that we added, because they are within a half mile or so of the proposed Purple Line station. And we do have the micro-mobility corral that is proposed as a public benefit on Site 23. And so maybe what we can do is add a language or two that better threads that needle so that all of those things are tied together, that we are potentially using one of the goals of Thrive in reducing parking and increasing density with proximity to existing and proposed transit facilities, and encouraging ped bike connectivity through, new pedestrian paths and the addition of the mobility corral. Does that?
Exactly, because I think we should acknowledge that, yes, you're correct. We are reducing the parking, and that's the goal for the future.
I'm not entirely sure we should, that they're correct. I mean, they're talking about the parking impacts, and I mean, parking impacts for who, for what? Everybody that's in a single-family home that's around there has parking in there.
I guess I would suggest, so in the plan wide recommendations, we have discussion that talks about land use and zoning. I think we can talk about how the land use and zoning recommendations, are, how they minimize parking to encourage transit. I think we could have some general language in either the land use, and probably both land use and the connectivity sections plan-wide, because those are more general, that acknowledge what you're saying, that the intent, these are limited parking zones that encourage transit use, while
Correct.
specific, each project will be addressing parking
Yes.
on its own.
Probably
think-
those people that made these comments are people that they don't live in single family and they are being impacted. This has come from those people.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
but that, I mean, if we're talking about the Washington fence, it's not necessarily about the Maple, Avenue, but I mean, that we're not impacting parking within the surrounding neighborhoods for the most part. We're addressing what would be the zones that would govern the parking requirements for the rest of these spaces. I'm not entirely sure that this is a relevant comment to address, honestly, this much.
I can add a little bit of clarity. That particular bullet, in most cases, the concern was about on-street parking and the idea that the new development wouldn't provide enough parking and people would park on the street and they would lose the limited street parking that they have. Which gets to your point that it's, most of the development here, the existing development, where the people might be concerned are single-family homes where most of them have off-street parking, but we do have a number of missing middle type of housing developments here where parking is limited. So we do want to acknowledge that there was a legitimate concern there.
More than a concern for a campus in which everyone is a commuter. I mean, that's my concern that I'm not particularly, I don't see that there is a lot of evidence that there will be parking impacts. What I see is concern of a thing that is always a concern, that I don't see the specifics for there being a concern for parking impacts. As a matter of fact, anything that's built on there that's residential is going to have a set of parking requirements, plus a metro station, plus a purple line, plus Carroll Avenue down to Tacoma. I don't see any evidence, and I don't think that I concede that this is a parking impact problem.
I hear you, and I think at the minor master plan level, I think we'll keep it very high.
Keep it very high,
And I think
yeah.
we'll be.
Yeah, I'm not sure I concede that there's a parking impact problem.
And I think the discussion you suggested, which already exists to some extent, just the richness of the transportation options that currently exist, that will exist, I think that's, in my view, that's sort of more than enough to, we don't need to address this kind of head-on necessarily, but I think that discussion really gets at the point that, this is the goal, and to a large extent, people moving in there will be, if it's built out well, will be moving around in ways that don't always involve a car. And obviously, under the surface, we know that the zones govern parking requirements anyway, and that's not something we need to address through the master plan. But yeah, I think I agree with Commissioner Hedrick on that. But the discussion about the richness of transportation options is important and relevant in how it connects to land use, and 100%.
Okay, you can.
All right. We also received testimony from the Washington Adventist Group. So this first slide is the testimony received from the Washington Adventist Healthcare. They supported the flexibility of the recommended zoning. Overall, they were generally supportive of the plan, including the approach to the dedication of slope area adjacent to Sligo Creek Park that does not negatively impact development potential, but they did raise a number of concerns. One was the sketch plan recommendation for Site 23. There was also concern about the recommended path overlooking Sligo Creek Park and also the SHA Carroll Avenue realignment, and that was specifically the retention of the crenellated wall and the dedication of right-of-way.
Melissa, I'm sorry, before you leave that,
I
could you go?
skipped one. That's what happened. I had to go back.
Can you go back, go forward one? So just since we start, we can go back to the
We'll go
to the
back,
university
okay.
moment. Back one more.
Go back one more?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Stop. Okay. So the first, so the sketch plan, so we, staff was very clear that we recommended the CR zone for Site 23, which is the large campus, because the standard, so the zoning ordinance for CR zone has a limit, a development limit for standard and optional method, and they're different for CR and CRT. The CR has a very low, I want to say it's like a 0.5 FAR, which is essentially what's out there now. So by making Site 23 a CR, it would essentially require a sketch plan. Without a sketch plan, you could get, 10 preliminary plans and 15 site plans, and it's just sort of hodgepodge over the years. A sketch plan is something that is going to provide a holistic look. We deal with all kinds of sites with lots of uncertainty in Down County. There are not that many large sites in Down County, and it's from staff's perspective, essential to have that sort of guiding view. We recognize that there are multiple owners to that property. We recognize that that includes the professional building, which is a condominium building. They own the building, they don't own the ground. We appreciate those complexities, but we do this regularly on not 40-acre sites, but on smaller sites in downtown Silver Spring and downtown Bethesda. The sketch plan process can accommodate that. We've added language to the greatest extent possible to allow, maybe there's a portion of the campus that for a very good reason is not included in the sketch plan, and that's fine. But we wanted to set the expectation. This is potentially one of the few optional method sites that would come in under this plan. For a lot of the smaller sites, we did CRT to make it easier for small property owners to redevelop their properties in a way that benefits themselves and the community without an undue regulatory burden. So we're trying to balance the regulatory process and the benefit. But we think it's really important to keep the sketch plan recommendation. We're happy to be flexible with them. We can accommodate, you can have holes in sketch plans. You could have a piece of the property that's not included, and that's fine. But the holistic approach, we think, is essential.
So I'm 100% in agreement with you. I think for a site this large, they need to come in with their general vision in the sketch plan. You have flexibility. So I don't know what the other board members feel, but I'm fine. Let's move forward.
100%, yeah, sketch plan.
I just have a question. I 100% agree. But in reality, is it that largest owner of the property is going to bring the sketch plan and try to coordinate? Hopefully, the other property owners are cooperative.
So all of the property owners have to agree to their property
Yeah.
being included in a sketch plan.
I know, and if some
Right.
don't agree, then
So if some don't agree, then that's right to the greatest extent practical. Like we've already built
Okay.
in that flexibility. But again, it's, we really focus on flexibility. There are a couple of things that we thought were really important. And having a sketch plan with the flexibility for folks not to be in it, we think is important.
So how many owners are there? 2 owners now?
So I think the university has ownership interest. I think Adventist Healthcare has ownership interest. And then the condo building, again, they don't own the land, but they own the building.
In the church.
And, well, the church is on the other side of the.
Oh, okay,
The
we're
church
talking
is
about
on,
site
is
23.
not
I'm
on
sorry.
23. So on 23, I think it's those 3.
Okay, we're good. Okay.
And then so the piece for the recommended path overlooking Sligo Creek Park, we talked about them having a 4-acre public open space requirement. Like most of the sites in Down County are not 4 acres. And that, this campus, by virtue of being a hospital and a university, has been in some ways isolated from the surrounding community, and a large point of this minor master plan amendment is to change the zoning from single-family zoning to a mixed-use zone to allow development to promote connectivity to not just in transit and all of that, but connections to the surrounding neighborhoods. And that pathway, which is right now a service drive, has a wonderful view of sort of the tree canopy for the park. It's a great amenity. They're probably going to have to do it anyway. And so we recommend, and again, there's flexibility. It's a recommendation. If it's not, they'll have control over the space. So they're going to need good public open space. I think this board has seen a lot of projects, and staff works very hard throughout the county to come up with public open space that's meaningful. That's not just sort of, there's this 100 square feet over here that meets the numerical requirement, but no one's ever going to go there. This is a very unique amenity. I mean, the apartment buildings that they could potentially build are going to have beautiful views of Sligo Creek, and I mean, not unlike our views from up here over sort of the tree canopy of Tacoma Park. They're going to be beautiful, and so sharing a bit of that wonderfulness with the community, we think, is a great idea.
So where this, can you show that path again on the, if you don't mind? Just-
So it would be there at the top of, so there are the two residential buildings, and then in this, like the residential healthcare, it would be, and then there's the green to the left of it is the slope. So it would be at the top of that slope.
Yeah, it would be.
And the
just-
configuration and design and access and something would all be something that would be addressed at a high level at sketch plan and then in greater detail at site plan.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Melissa.
And then it's the state highway, who is recommend, the alignment, that's in a master plan, the alignment of the Carroll?
There we go.
So while Melissa's finding the slide, so the intersection of Flower and Carroll is not it's not a cruciform 90-degree intersection. There are accessibility issues, there are pedestrian safety issues, and I think the city and state highway have been working for a while to try and figure out a way to do it. And in developing the recommendations for this plan, we worked with State Highway Administration. They're looking at a way to sort of change the curve of Carroll Avenue so that it hits the intersection with Flower at a right angle, so you can have a very safe, accessible crossing. And State Highway has drawings, and they're working on funding. And so the 50 feet, the up to 50 feet, is the number that came from them. It may change, right, based on the actual dedication. It won't be 50 feet from the center line. It'll be what it is to accommodate that. And so there is the crenellated wall that we talked about as part of historic preservation. As part of a state highway project, State Highway would have to replace the crenellated wall, so Adventist wouldn't be replacing the crenellated wall. They would just be dedicating the land. And then Melissa's next slide is going to talk about sort of some of the language to clarify
Okay.
the recommendation.
And just to clarify the realignment, this is solely a realignment and not a widening as well? Because it looks like it's currently 3 lanes with a turn lane as you get close to Flower. Are they proposing to widen in any way?
So I think it's a realignment, so I don't think there are additional lanes, but because the south side of Carroll has these 11-foot crenellated retaining walls, those aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
And so the roadway is going to, and the sidewalk is probably maybe a 5-foot sidewalk that has utility
Yeah,
poles in it.
very, yeah.
They're going to push the road to the north,
Yeah.
so you won't, the roadway won't get bigger, but the pedestrian areas on either side will get bigger.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because obviously unlikely they'll pull up on the south side of Carroll, unlikely they pull up pavement, I'm assuming, but I'm just hopeful that they don't actually add throughput lanes, and it's solely for the.
Right, no, because you're still, on the other side, Carroll Avenue is still 2 lanes.
It's 2 lanes,
And
yeah.
so,
Yeah.
it's about the pedestrian improvements at
Yeah.
that intersection.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Okay. So to provide additional clarity, staff proposes these edits to refocus and prioritize the improvements with only the necessary right-of-way, and that's the Carroll Avenue and Carroll Avenue right-of-way to be dedicated. And so I'll read this language to you. And it's for the Carroll Avenue dedication, section 3.2.4, roadway network, page 43. Dedication of additional right-of-way on the north side of Carroll Avenue, west of the intersection with Flower Avenue, as necessary on the north side of Carroll Avenue to accommodate an SHA capital project to realign Carroll Avenue at that intersection and for the reconfiguration of that intersection to meet ADA and provide improved safety. And that would be up to a maximum of 50 feet. And so you can see where we move that maximum of 50 feet to the end of the recommendation. Then for section 4.3.2.1, Land Use and Zoning, Flower Avenue District, page 90. As discussed in section 3.2.4, dedicate right-of-way on the north side of Carroll Avenue along a portion of the site frontage as needed to accommodate an SHA project to realign Carroll Avenue up to a maximum of 50 feet. And so that just reiterates the conversation or the information that Elsa just shared. Okay. Excuse me. Additionally, for the Carroll Avenue dedication continued, section 3.2.4.1, roadway cross-sections, and so this is new language. These cross-sections incorporate policy and design guidance from the Complete Streets Design Guide. The intent of providing these cross-sections is to offer conceptual direction for future capital improvement projects, CIP, and development regulatory applications, demonstrating that there is sufficient master plan right-of-way to meet the objectives of the Complete Streets Design Guide. Further study of traffic operations will be necessary, and therefore the ultimate cross-section may differ from what is included in the sector plan. We also wanted to.
Ashley, but before you leave that, so this was language that the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan added in the section on roadway cross sections, and it's just sort of, I think, we heard in the testimony from the Adventist folks sort of concern about how the sections would be implemented, and so this is just standard language that we're copying over from Silver Spring.
Yes. And we also had a typographical error that we wanted to correct, and that was new private streets should conform to the Complete Streets Design Guide, including appropriate pedestrian facilities on both sides of the street. And so that's a correction that we're asking to make as well.
Do you know, just to go back just for a quick sec to Carroll Ave and SHA, do you know if there's any intent on their part to address the slip lane at the corner of Carroll and Flower as part of that realignment? And this also, of course, relates to Complete Streets, design standards as we move forward, but the slip lane being something potentially to remove.
I'd have to look at the drawing, so let us. I think we may have them. I can get those to you.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
That would be good.
Okay. And I just wanted to go back because I actually missed a slide. And so this is the testimony from Washington Adventist University. So they provided separate testimony. They are generally supportive of the flexibility provided by the recommended zoning. They do have concerns, and those are related to the nomination of the campus to the National Historic District, the implementation of the Green Promenade, and that's specifically on Maplewood Avenue and through the campus, and then finally the recommendation that promoted adaptive reuse. And the board has already discussed the historic preservation recommendations, so I don't know that we need to revisit that first bullet. As it relates to the Green Promenade, we believe that the kit of parts that we provided would allow for the property owner to choose from a variety of items. So there's a menu of things that they can choose to add on the Green Promenade. Their specific concern was about the grade change and the ability to have something that was represented by the imagery that we showed in the document. And so we would just further explain that we do have a graphic that shows the menu of things that could be incorporated into the Green Promenade on Maplewood Avenue, taking into account grade change and limited space. And then we still believe that it's important to have the promenade connect through the campus and somewhere in the general vicinity of the open space recommendations that we're making in the plan.
So you have discussed with us those menu of options for the Green Promenade? I mean,
Yes, that
okay.
was part of the work session one, where we talked about, where we went into detail about the connectivity section, and then we shared a graphic, kind of a full menu of all the things that could fit. And I don't have it
Yeah.
today, but it's something I could share with you later. And then we also talked about how we're not anticipating that the promenade is going to be the same from one end to the other, because it's going to take into account physical constraints and then also the constraints of development. But we are looking for something that feels as a continuous connecting element through all of the three districts.
They bring it sketch plan time.
So the plan on page 34 and 35 has potential elements. I think, again, you know, if there was something not on the list that was a genius idea, and, you know, it could certainly be accommodated. So
Right.
the idea is very flexible. And then I think as part of the, you know, sketch plan, I think at a higher level, I think we would want them to sort of, you know, give us at least some pictures of ideas of the kinds of things they were looking at. I think it would be more of a site plan thing that would have more specifics, but yeah, we would do that during the regulatory process.
Great, thank you.
And with
Okay.
can I just, one quick question about the adaptive reuse? I think for the campus side in particular, I think adaptive reuse is not terribly, like, it's not really possible to get any, like, increased development on there with the existing buildings. Is that right? This is a suggestion that's covering mostly, it's covering the full master plan, like, area, but I'm trying to think of the campus location we have is how much actual potential for adaptive reuse would there be?
I mean, some of the, you know, so the buildings, I think there's limited. I think, you know, we call out the gym building because it's a
The gym is
special,
a
it's a special place. Some of the older dorm buildings, you know, it may not be economically feasible to adaptively reuse them, and, you know, maybe they're not our favorite buildings, and so, but I think, you know, if there's, you know, I think it's just, again, more of like a general, you know, as a general encouragement and recommendation, because they do have some nice buildings there,
Yeah.
to consider that.
Okay.
So it's mostly consider, not, I don't know the exact language, but if it's similar to what you had about some of the other things, you know, it's fine. I don't know what the exact language you have for, do you have the language you say then about,
So the recommendation, are we in the, so on page 96, under design, pursue opportunities for adaptive reuse of existing campus buildings in addition to the placemaking opportunities tied to these historic features. The ongoing climate emergency necessitates the consideration of all available strategies for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Conservation of embodied energy in existing campus infrastructure would reduce the emissions associated with new materials and building debris going into landfills. So, I mean, we could, you know, if there was concern, we could change pursue to study. And I think the other was, so for site 23, it's evaluate. So we could update pursue on page 96 to be evaluate.
yeah, yes, please.
Okay. And we've already talked about that testimony, so we had to go back a little bit. And we're on slide 36. Sorry, just trying to catch myself back up to where we were. And, okay, connectivity, got a little out of order here. Okay, on connectivity, and so this is essentially looking at the connectivity recommendations for the Flower Avenue District as a whole, many of which also impact Site 23. And so that was establish a network of streets, bicycle facilities, and sidewalks that actively connect the campus to the surrounding community. We've already discussed the dedication of the maximum of 50 feet of right-of-way on the north side of Carroll Avenue, and so this, of course, this bullet doesn't reflect that language change. We also wanted to provide an opportunity for a campus mobility hub for better multimodal access. We also wanted to provide a publicly accessible pedestrian path at the western edge of the Washington Adventist site overlooking Sligo Creek Stream Valley Park. We discussed that. And then also there was a recommendation to provide a significant covered bike parking area for student, residents, and community use. And so this is the testimony, the general testimony that we received regarding those connectivity recommendations. And so those are that the plan doesn't analyze the impact of traffic on the streets within the district from the proposed Washington Adventist development. The plan should make improved connections to activity centers utilizing Maple Avenue, Flower Avenue, and Carroll Avenue, and that the preservation of existing green areas on Maple Avenue between Maplewood Avenue and Sligo Creek Parkway. And so many of these concerns were also noted during the connectivity discussion in the previous work sessions. Staff believes that the plan provides recommendations that comprehensively improve connectivity throughout the plan area, and we would also note that a more detailed analysis of traffic impacts occurs as a part of the development review process. Staff noted the request to maintain the green area, that's Hospital Hill, as a part of the proposed new language for the Parks and Open Space section related to Site 23. And so with the exception of that new language for Hospital Hill, we're not proposing any additional text changes.
So can I just ask one quick question? Given we all agree that the project should come in with a sketch plan and on a 40-acre site, right, whatever, would that be, other large sites that have come in like that, would that be a good time to test the traffic, or you still would wait until they came into, on a preliminary plan stage?
So the formal test is done at preliminary plan. I don't know Katie and Corinne in the room. So at sketch plan, I feel like, so I'd have to, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
So sometimes if they did like a preliminary and a sketch plan together, then it would certainly be done. I feel like there may be some initial analysis at sketch plan, but I'll have to look, and then I'll
Okay.
follow up with you
Okay,
next time.
thank you.
Okay. So staff will now provide an overview of the parks and open space recommendations, some of which we've actually discussed. One is to implement the Green Promenade. Two is implement the gateway concepts at Carroll Avenue and Flower Avenue. Three is provide for a new 1/2 acre green space at the campus. And four was dedicate the Sligo Creek slope easement to parks. And so we received quite a bit of testimony regarding these recommendations, or parks and open space recommendations in general. The bulk of these concerns related to the potential impact of development on the Sligo Creek and the Stream Valley Park. The plan makes numerous recommendations addressing the need for protection and in certain cases, restorations of the stream and of the park. These include the proposed dedication of the wooded slope easement. We also reiterated the applicable existing city and county ordinances, such as the city's tree ordinance and forest conservation. And we also encouraged environmentally sensitive development. Additionally, development will need to comply with all environmental regulations, including providing for environmental buffers, which will be addressed as a part of the development review process. So once again, we just wanted to get on the record that a lot of the concerns that are being raised are actually things that are addressed as a part of the regulatory process, which is the development review process. And so as such, we are not recommending a text change to address those concerns. Okay. The design section addresses the significance of the properties within the Flower Avenue district and the relationship to the surrounding community. So once again, we jumped forward a little bit, so we've talked about a lot of these. The plan recommended the following. It's the retention of the Central Commons as the organizing feature. Renewal of the site's historic physical and visual connection to the Sligo Creek Stream Valley. Retention of the crenellated stone retaining walls that line Carroll Avenue. Pursuit of opportunities for the adaptive reuse of existing campus buildings, and collaborating with property owners to study a Washington Adventist University National Historic District and to list the district on the National Register of Historic Places. And then general concerns where the plan should encourage adaptive reuse of existing buildings. We do have a recommendation in the plan that speaks to adaptive reuse where practicable. They also wanted to encourage retention of the existing central commons, and we have several places where we speak to the importance of the central commons, and we do have a recommendation that speaks to retaining it. There was also a concern that there was also the need that the plan encourage compatible design, reduce heights, and encourage design principles that are close to exhibiting neighborhood feel. And so in the work session today, we spent quite a bit of time discussing how the zoning ordinance and the recommended CR zones actually work together to provide compatibility and in relationship to their concerns related to heights and design principles. And so as such, staff is not recommending text changes related to this testimony.
Though a thought occurred to me that based on all the discussion we've had today, right? We have to grow and adapt. So based on the discussion we had today, I feel like a section that talks about compatibility that includes maybe the diagrams from the zoning ordinance that we talked about today. I think it's our staff knows this information, but I think it's not common knowledge among the good people of Montgomery County. So I would actually suggest adding a brief section with some of the diagrams from the zoning ordinance that talk about how do we address compatibility. I think that would not go amiss in the plan. So I would propose adding that.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, and I just wanted to clarify, would that be added to the section on design, or?
It'll be added to the best place possible.
Okay.
And we'll figure that out, and it'll be in the red line that you get on the 7th.
So I just wanted to get that on the record. Okay. Okay, so now this is the last chapter in the plan. Whew. Okay, so Chapter 5, Implementation, provides additional detail on the plan's recommended zoning, including proposed public benefits. It also provides details on proposed connectivity improvements and the capital improvements program. So the plan proposed the CR family of mixed-use zones to allow for flexibility and market responsiveness. And so I'll read this quickly. Most properties in the plan area are recommended for the CRT zone for greatest flexibility. The Adventist campus property is recommended for CR, and we talked about this, to ensure that redevelopment is addressed in a single sketch plan under the optional method of development. And then select properties north of the Adventist campus are recommended for CRN, which allows for a simplified development review process that does not include a sketch plan. There was also a recommendation to remove the 2 obsolete overlay zones. That was the community serving retail overlay zone and the Tacoma Park East Silver Spring commercial revitalization overlay zone. We also prioritized the following public benefits. And so we had major public benefits, which included the location or co-location of public or community serving uses. The examples given were schools, a school, recreation, library, or police station. We also included the board's recommendation from a previous work session to add the Brashears Run restoration as a public benefit. We have connectivity and mobility, and underneath that, we have advanced dedication, and that's for recommended additional right-of-way along Carroll Avenue to accommodate an SHA project to reconfigure the street and its intersection with Flower Avenue. And then we have streetscape, and that's for off-site improvements consistent with the Green Promenade. We had the diversity of uses and activities, and there we noted dwelling unit mix and additional MPDUs. We have the protection and enhancement of the natural environment, and there we noted energy conservation and generation, habitat preservation and restoration, and tree canopy, and then finally we had building reuse. The plan also made several recommendations related to public open space. We wanted to note that the CR zones require on-site public open space and that it must be accessible and contain amenities. The plan additionally recommends an update to the zoning ordinance use table. That recommendation would allow for accessory uses related to the uses shown on the slide. This update would be applicable if these uses are recommended in a master or sector plan or an amendment. And that's specifically commercial food kitchens, food processing, rooftop farms, and other uses not included in artisanal manufacturing and production. Okay?
Yeah. And that's pretty, I mean, for the other uses, I guess my basic, make broad as possible with that, I think is good. Like, with allowing the extra uses within that. Does that other use is still restricted to food preparation and whatnot, or is it still, is that?
So I mean, the use table is very specific.
Yeah.
And so each item has a very specific description. And so, there would need to be a zoning text amendment.
Yeah.
At the end of the process to address this. And so it would, the commercial food kitchens, food processing, rooftop farms are specific uses. So it'd be other sort of food-related uses not included in artisanal
Okay, that was,
manufacturing.
that's,
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
yeah, we should have that.
Are you done with the implementation or still continues?
I'm still continuing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because
Okay,
you stopped.
right.
The-
Yes.
One quick thing that just brought to
Okay.
mind your latest comment. If there is a ZTA in the future that changes these categories, or definitions or types, is this language broad enough to be inclusive of future changes, potential changes?
So it depends. It depends on the scope of the ZTA. It could be. I think, so it would be really if this recommendation is part of the approved and adopted plan, then the ZTA would then sort of get into sort of the mechanics of it, and there would be a discussion at that time whether is it just limited? I don't think we're anticipating an overlay zone for this area because we don't really have. So it would be an amendment that, as Melissa said, it may just, these uses are allowed as accessory if recommended in the applicable master plan, but it would only apply to the listed uses.
Okay. Testimony related to the implementation of zoning within the plan focused on the following concerns. The plan took a blanket approach to zoning, and the plan should have created a separate effort for each district. There was no specific City of Tacoma Park testimony related to the implementation of zoning in their resolution. Staff would note that the plan addresses the entire plan area to provide for comprehensive redevelopment that also recognizes the interconnectedness of the three districts. This holistic approach allows for improved connectivity, walkability, and a sense of cohesiveness. The flexible zoning recommendations were an approach designed to meet the specific needs of each district. So we don't believe that a text change is needed for this section or to respond to those concerns. Okay. The City of I'm sorry, let me read this. So the implementation section also had connectivity improvements. And so specifically the Green Promenade. And so that was on Maple Avenue. And it basically lays out how things would be implemented. On Maple Avenue, the Green Promenade will be implemented in the public right-of-way and on adjacent private property through frontage improvements required for redevelopment projects and through city initiatives, acknowledging that several properties have utility easements on significant portions of their frontages. And since structures may not generally be built atop these easements, they provide opportunities for the implementation of Green Promenade elements. We also acknowledge on the Adventist campus properties, on both sides of Flower Avenue, the Green Promenade would be implemented. Wait, hold on. No, that's not the Green Promenade. On the Adventist campus properties on both sides of Flower Avenue will be implemented during redevelopment as frontage improvements and as internal pedestrian and bike infrastructure within the site design. And sidewalk improvements will be implemented by the city through capital projects. Bicycle infrastructure will be implemented in the public right-of-way through frontage improvements required for development projects and through the city and/or Parks Department's capital projects as appropriate. Realignment of Carroll Avenue will be implemented by SHA through a capital project. Micro-mobility enhancements will be implemented as recommended through private development and/or through city capital projects. And also, future replacement of the Maple Avenue Bridge over Sligo Creek will be implemented jointly by the city and the Parks Department through a capital project. And so we just wanted to note that the city of Tacoma Park owns and maintains most of the streets in the planned area except for Carroll Avenue and Philadelphia Avenue. And so as I stated, we've laid out exactly who and when and where the various agencies and local governments are responsible for implementation, and also where we believe private development would be responsible for implementing those recommendations. And so that's what this section is for. We also wanted to note that there was some concern related to the analysis of and the impacts and how the plan addresses connectivity, parking, or transit use. We believe that we addressed much of this in our broader connectivity conversations, where staff shared that transit agencies believe that the service provided within this planned area is excellent. Additionally, as noted earlier, parking and detailed traffic impact analysis will occur as a part of the development review process. And so there we go again, talking about development review. The City of Tacoma Park also expressed concern related to the implementation of connectivity recommendations. Staff believes that those are adequately addressed in this section and that additional details included in the capital improvement program section of the plan would also provide some needed information for the city. Okay?
I have a general question in regard to implementation, and you may not have an answer, but I'll just ask anyway. When we talk about the implementation, I come from an implementation board, you're hoping that you have some kind of time frame with how and who would make those possible. I understand that many of the recommendations in here, it's based on when the development comes and when some possibility that some other things in regard to the economic or whatever, that it could happen and it may not happen during our lifetime or 20 or 30 years. I was wondering that if it is possible when we put these on, we also provide, and I do not know if it is possible or not, how we could encourage and how we could make some of the key point of this recommendation to happen. I understand that some has to do with the government, like some of this connectivity or the roadways would be part of government, is state or county or a Tacoma Park. And some of this development, it may not happen unless those improvements are in place, okay? You see that a lot of times the development doesn't happen until a specific road is built or until a specific recommendation is done, and that would allow and open the door for development. So, and these are really fun. I think that if I lived in Tacoma Park, I would be excited to see these. So is there any way that we have a section, talking about just connectivity, but in general, other areas or the recommendation that we make in the master plan, we set a future path, how the government and how us can help those development to come. For example, if some of this development would be facilitated, if some of the Tacoma Park or a state highway or Montgomery County public facilities is built, maybe we could see that if we could encourage in the capital improvement, because it comes for us to review. And we could say that, well, we think that we should put some kind of priority because we have it in the master plan, and it would help that some of the goal of the master plan to be realized.
So I mean, we don't, you know, this is an urbanized area. It has great connectivity. The road network is great, except for the places that we've identified. The sidewalk network is great. The park infrastructure is fantastic. The transit service is fantastic. I don't think there are any recommendations that are really sort of these turnkey, where like you would need to do this before you could do that. I think, you know, the recommendations. So I mean, I think, you know, so I guess I'm not. So in this case, I'm not sure there are key projects that are going to hold, key public projects that are going to prevent development. I think in terms of minimizing development costs by providing flexibility and by, you know, trying to right-size the administrative process, the entitlement process, I think the plan recommendations try to make it easier to do, but I think, I guess from my perspective, I think the market is going to dictate. I think for properties like Washington Adventist, the market's going to dictate what happens. I think for some of the properties on Maple Avenue, I think the life of the building, you know, I think it is going to have probably the greatest impact on whether or not there's development on those sites. So I'm not sure there are public infrastructure improvements that are going to be, you know, holding up development in the plan.
I understand, but if we are trying to increase affordability for the housing, if we just wait for the market and the life of the building and not until those happen, so the multifamilies may not happen another 20 or 30 years from now. And that's why I was thinking that because when we talk about implementation, we just leave it up to the market and everything. I understand that principle. But I'm saying that is there, maybe we should have some thought that what are the other areas that we could push or help that, you know, speed up the process in regard. I'm not just talking about this, I'm just talking in general about our master plan. When we do a section under implementation, it helps that we have a hierarchy of the work that we can do to ignite the economic and other factors that we always think we just let it to happen. Specifically, if we have a goal of providing affordability and more MPDU, and we want to have this multifamily to come, so we have a good reason to do that. Just an idea in general.
So it's a great question. I think that there are a couple things. One is that the sooner we get this master plan approved, that will help, you know, because it shows where, you know, where the city wants to go. I mean, in general. And also, I think and it lays out, I believe that the Adventist group we're talking to architects and developers now about putting something together. I think so. I think it's the right time. And also the city, they will start encouraging, maybe they'll put some economic incentives in place to start, you know, so I think this is what we're doing is a start, and I think it will help potentially jumpstart some of the other pieces that they're doing. But it's great. And also the bridge, I wonder, you know, that bridge they want to do on Maple, is that, do you know if that's in a CIP somewhere, or is also the Flower Carroll, you know, the state, not the state highway, but MDOT, is that something?
So the bridge over Sligo Creek is, to my knowledge, not in any CIP.
Mm-hmm.
There's a complicated ownership pattern,
Okay.
I'll say, and so there's going to be a lot of coordination required. And I think, you know, the plan doesn't recommend that the bridge be replaced. It just says when it's replaced,
Okay.
A, B, C, D.
Right.
In terms of the state highway project, I think they were, I feel like, and this is probably 6 months when we were developing these recommendations, 6 months ago when we were developing the recommendations with SHA. I think they were close to funding. I think they were, they were moving into like the engineering phase of things. So I don't know where that is now.
Let me just tell you, when I was doing implementation for capital improvement project, if it was any kind of reference in the master plan that if you do this work, something would happen in future, it would make the work much easier for us to get funding. And that's why I'm talking about that if we could provide, I'm not saying that you say it has to happen and when, but they say that these are the hierarchy of the project that could be done by the government that could help to ignite and to accelerate these initiatives in the master planning. Then when I am sitting there and going in front of the officials to ask for funding, I have a very good weapon in my hand that if you do that, if you get funding for this, this is what's going to happen, and overall, that's how I can get more affordable housing if you give me this bridge or if you give me that. That has a lot of argument just to be in the master plan. I always was looking at the master plan to find something that it could support and give me a good reason that why this project is more important than, other things.
So looking at the CIP list, which Melissa's going to go through in a moment, I don't. The things that jump out to me in terms of CIP are things like co-location. I think we've talked about the school, we've talked about recreation facilities, we've talked about potential library facilities. I think using private development to increase access to community services, I think that would really sort of be icing on the cake. If you have new residents here, and maybe retail works there, maybe it doesn't, but you could have a community use that requires a capital input. I think something like that. I think jumps out to me. So I guess what I would suggest is let us take a stab.
It doesn't have to be here. I'm just talking in general for all the master plan. Yes, if we can have something in here, that's fine. But in general, we want some of those master plans happen in our lifetime. And if we could help to make it happen, especially that a lot of these could end up to the final goal that we have in the county for affordability, let's just list them out.
Okay.
And some other people that are more expert may look for it and use it.
So I think that's a very good point. And next year, when the board is talking about the minor master plan amendment for the Bethesda downtown plan, implementation is really what that's about. So I think that will be a very good discussion. So do you want me to write something for the plan, or do you not want me to write something for the plan?
Everybody here, I'm fine either way. If you have some good ideas, just even though it's a small, why not?
Okay, so I will take my best stab at a good idea, and then you can tell me whether it's good or not on the 14th.
So for that section and that was about, just reminding everyone, that was connectivity. No text changes recommended except for those changes noted in previous work sessions. Okay. And so now we'll talk about the capital improvement program. So the plan makes recommendations to the Montgomery County's capital improvements program, which outlines the county's priorities for infrastructure investments. And we just had quite a conversation about that. And so this table represents a portion of what is included in the draft plan. The plan and the resulting capital improvement program recommendations considers the city's ownership of a significant portion of the rights-of-way within the plan area, In those cases, the city is designated as the lead agency and would coordinate with state and county government as necessary. And so this lays out the major infrastructure projects, what categories we believe they would fall under, who would be the lead agency, so that would be whichever local government agency, or if it would be private development, that would act as the lead, and then also the coordinating agency. And so once again, this, the table is much broader than this, and you can actually find that on pages 100 and 101 in the plan. And so we did receive testimony that we thought was relevant to the capital improvements program. The general concerns were related to the lack of essential development controls, potential strain on the city to accommodate the increased density, and insufficient details on funding and coordination for the proposed infrastructure enhancements and public amenities. The city also expressed concerns related to the impact of development. Specifically, they wanted to know what is the impact of the density proposed in the plan on access to and provision of public space, infrastructure, recreational facilities, school capacity, roads, public utilities, and healthcare. Also, they wanted to know, how does the MMPA ensure adequate services will be available with the proposed increased population growth, and what mitigating strategies can be considered? Staff believes that the proposed development within the plan is considered small enough so that staging isn't necessary. So that addresses that general concern related to staging, and suggests that improvements that will be primarily funded by, private development with additional support from state and local government, including the city of Tacoma Park. Specifics will be determined during project development. The developer will be responsible for assessing and mitigating any development impacts identified during the development review process. So once again, these are questions and concerns that we believe were generally related to the development review process. And we just wanted to go on the record and reiterate that these are things that have not been ignored in the plan. It's just that they happen in a different part of the process. And so we just wanted to make sure that we got these concerns on the record, and also the staff's response. And so as such, staff is not recommending a text change related to these concerns. Okay? And we're almost at the end. So these were questions within the resolution that were posed but not addressed in previous work sessions. And so we want to take an opportunity to address those now with the board. One question was, what are the best comparable jurisdictions to Tacoma Park with regard to housing density, transit access, geographic location, et cetera, to the MMPA, and how do their zoning densities compare to the proposed MMPA land use? Staff just wanted to note that as a general matter, this study that they're requesting is outside the scope of a minor master plan amendment. It is not something that we would typically do. So number 2 was, are there specific parcels outside the municipal district that would be appropriate locations to incentivize the expansion or creation of specific public benefit facilities? The plan proposed co-location throughout the plan area, including Site 23, which is a part of the Washington Adventist campus. And we just spent quite a bit of time talking about the potential for a location or co-location of a public facility on Site 23. They also said the plan should clearly support improvements in multimodal transportation, help meet city and county climate goals, and address the current and future challenges of local vehicle traffic in the planned area. That word was giving me a lot of trouble today. The plan recommended significant connectivity improvements and environmentally sensitive development throughout the plan area. Once again, local traffic is addressed as a part of the development review process. And then finally, they noted that they wanted the board to address the forthcoming additional list of city edits and corrections to the text of the minor master plan amendment. Staff did receive the list of city edits and corrections on November 28th, so it was not in time to be a part of this conversation. We will address that. We will address these minor edits we will address minor edits as a part of the red line draft presented to the board at the December 14th work session.
And we will also include the full list as an attachment to the packet for next time.
I think the first bullet, they're just asking that if you could give them a name of a few jurisdictions that their master plan is like what we are proposing for them to be. They're not
No,
asking to do
I think
any study.
I think we understood that. I think to do that justice, that's a graduate level core. I mean, I think there are so many factors. It's not, it's not, again, as Melissa said, it's not really something that we do as a matter of course. We look at the specifics of each community and each neighborhood, and the recommendations are tailored to the plan area. You know, we don't compare them to other places to say, this is what they're doing in this town over there, and therefore you should do it here. We say, this is what the needs are of this particular location. These are the assets, these are the opportunities, here are the tools that we have.
Could we just give them the name of a jurisdiction that you like, that has all the density or something? You know, I think they're just looking for
Can of
some
worms.
examples that,
I'm really, I mean, it's,
Not
as soon as you
exactly
start
like
doing
that.
that, I mean, there are dozens of factors, and, you know, it's, what factors do you look at? What factors don't you look at? This place might be great for this, but not so great for that. I mean, there are places, so I feel like it wouldn't be, I'm not sure it would be a fair and just response to the question.
And I mean, they have access to the MC Atlas. It's there. It's online. They can go look it up if they want. There's plenty of opportunities for them to look it up.
Yeah.
But if we do this, then we're accused of not being specific enough. This is a can of worms we don't need to open.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty, it's a precedent that I think would be difficult to justify in the future. And I think city staff they're fully capable of doing this research on their own too.
Yep.
If they're really interested, they can commission their own study. Yeah, so I understand. the
Well,
point.
I appreciate their question. I mean, they're trying to grapple with, you know, what would it look like? And I agree with you, Mr. McCoy, that every jurisdiction is unique, but there are lots of areas in the general area. I mean, it looks something like, I mean, but they're not exactly. There are places that have some high density, kind of near a metro, backing up to an older residential community, you know, in Silver Spring and the other places. But every area is unique. There's no Tacoma Park elsewhere. I mean, this stretch of Tacoma Park, and just like any other place. But I appreciate their question, and we can go from there. Okay.
Okay. So I just wanted to note that with the exception of the minor edits and corrections to the text that we will present on December 14th, we are not proposing text changes related to these questions. Okay. It's the last slide. Okay. So this presentation represents the completion of the review of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, public hearing draft, and related testimony, including the City of Tacoma Park resolution. With the board's approval, staff will submit a matrix of responses to the Tacoma Park City Council for their review, and that's the responses to their resolution. Staff will then return to the planning board on December 14th with a red line version of the draft plan that incorporates the planning board's edits and minor edits and corrections identified by staff and the City of Tacoma Park, and that would be from their errata provided on November 28th. Staff will then ask the board to approve the public hearing draft of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment as the planning board draft of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment and transmit the planning board draft to the county council and the county executive. We would also ask to approve listing the following properties to the locational atlas and index of historic properties. That's Hefner Park Community Center at 42 Oswego Avenue, Crestview at 7625 Carroll Avenue, and the Sligo Seventh-day Adventist Church at 7700 Carroll Avenue. As stated earlier, this is the staff schedule for the work sessions. This schedule and topics can be modified as needed at the chair's discretion. And that completes our presentation.
Great, thank you. Very informative. I just have one quick question. As we were, as we were going through the Adventist site 23, I was thinking, just put out there, could there be, what incentive could there be to, in our density recommendations, to encourage more, like, MPDUs or affordable housing? Could there be, are we sort of maxed out at the zoning recommendations? Sort of like, for example, if you provided instead, the county's recommendation is what, 15% MPDUs?
So for this, it's 12.5%. I mean, the zoning, and Lisa's coming up to talk about, I think, some policy options. The CR zone currently has significant accommodations for additional affordable housing. They can get additional density, they can get additional height, so just really any CR property. So from a zoning perspective, I think the zoning's there to accommodate it if they wanted to do that.
For the record, Lisa Gavoni, Mr. Heisel McCoy laid it out well. We went with the carrot approach instead of the stick approach of going to 15%, really in recognition that this area has never seen an MPDU and that it's really a new market that hasn't seen multifamily in quite some time. With that said, there are optional bonus. There's a bonus density that's pretty generous. If you do 15%, you get a 22% bonus density. You also can get additional height. You get public benefit points. And if you'll remember from the last worksheet, we're creating a housing resources list that talks about other things like financial incentives, like a pilot that exists that are potentially there for applicants too. So it's more of an optional list than a stick, but there are other incentives and policies there listed.
There's room to grow the density in order to, but you would have to provide more affordable housing.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you. So I think we're all done, and thank you so much. And we're going to take a break and return at what time, Catherine? Should we? We'll return at 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have to make. Yeah. Item number 9 is a closed session that we'll have after lunch. And according to Maryland Annotated Code, General Provision, Article 3-305B7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice and consult with staff, consultants, and other individuals about pending or potential litigation, the board is allowed to go into closed session. So we're going to go into closed session, and then we have lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. Do I have a motion to go into
Yeah,
closed session?
move to go into closed session to obtain advice from legal counsel.
I second.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 6, the Clarksburg Gateway Section Plan Existing Conditions, where planning staff is providing information on existing conditions in the sector plan area that will be used to inform the future recommendations for the plan. And from planning staff, Jamie Pratt and Roberto Duke are leading the presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes. For the record, Roberto Duke with the Up County Division, and I'm here to discuss, along with team members, the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan existing conditions. I'm here with my co-lead, Jamie Pratt, along with our Division Chief, Patrick Butler, and our Supervisor, Don Ziegler, and other team members, and we'll be discussing the sector plan, the existing conditions for the sector plan. Wanted to briefly go have an overview. The plan acreage is about 969 acres. It's up in the Clarksburg area. And the topics we'll be discussing today are demographics, land use and zoning, transportation, economic development, housing, schools, historic preservation, environment, and parks. Here we go. So just briefly wanted to go over the boundary for the plan. So it's a very small boundary area. To the north is Clarksburg Road. To the east is Frederick Road, and this is in red. To the south is Little Seneca Greenway, Stream Valley Park, along the southern border. And to the west is I-270. And I will point out that there are two other small appendages, I will say, to the plan area. On the west side, just a little bit west of I-270 on the southern half by West Old Baltimore Road, we have an area, and this is based on the 1994 plan, which we'll be amending. This area it was envisioned that there would possibly be an interchange at this particular point. And then the appendage at the south side, south of the Greenway Park, that is for Observation Drive. Observation Drive is supposed to continue at some point through the plan area. I also like to point out, and I wish my... Click on the little laser pointer. Which one? Thank you. Left. Thank you. Up in the northern area, and sorry for the pointers acting a little finicky, we have the Gateway Center Drive commercial area, the ComSat building also on the west side. Just to show some of the points, in the north, we have Clarksburg Elementary School, the high school and the middle school. Sorry for drag the window to the right. Thank you. Just having a little. There you go. Thank you. And we just wanted to provide. In red, we have our sector plan area, and then in comparison to the 1994 sector plan area, which we will be amending. Most of the plan area is located in the transit corridor district of the 1994 plan, and a small portion is in the Brink Road transition area. And it was envisioned that if you look on the right, that the area that is hatched right here would have a significant amount of employment right along the I-270 corridor, and that there would be a number of stops for the Corridor City Transitway or Bus Rapid Transit, and that this would be a major employment area of approximately 20,000 people or so for employment. And One of the reasons we're updating this plan is that a number of things that were envisioned in the 1994 plan have not been realized. In terms of the housing, so the Transit Corridor District, which is the largest area, it says it envisioned about 2,700 units within the plan area. Currently, we have about 1,900 units in the plan area. But it also envisioned about between 3.3 and 5 million square feet of commercial space. And currently, there's only approximately 1 million square feet of commercial space, and most of that is, well, it's in two areas. The Gateway Center Drive Park area and the ComSat building. And most of the large significant portion of the ComSat building is vacant, so it's significantly less in terms of the commercial. And in terms of the Brink Road transition area, we have approximately 1,000 units. It was envisioned in the 1994 plan. And this has come to be realized in terms of the amount of residential units. However, again, the amount of employment area or commercial, of employment and commercial has not been realized. One of the things that we want to do with all of our sector plans is now, since the Thrive 2050 has been approved as our general plan, is to make sure that our new plans are in alignment with the 2050 plan in terms of the overarching goals of economic competitiveness, racial and social equity, and environmental sustainability. And we want to make sure that these themes are carried through in our master plan. And in terms of the timeline, we were here before you in June in the summer to provide a scope of work for the plan. Throughout the summer and fall, we did a number of outreach events, and we'll be discussing that a little bit at the latter part of this particular presentation. We had a kickoff meeting in late summer, mid-late summer, and we had listening sessions throughout the previous month in October with community members, and is anticipated that in the upcoming year, in early parts, we will have visioning sessions and provide recommendations to the planning board sometime in the spring of 2024, and hope to then go through the process throughout the summer for work sessions or provide a working draft and then work sessions in the fall. And now I'm going to pass it off to James Lee to discuss demographics briefly.
All right, thank you, Mr. Duke. For the record, James Lee, forecaster and demographic research specialist. I will go through these slides fairly quickly. We have a long presentation, so I'll just hit the highlights of each slide. But the same information is also in the staff report, along with additional commentary as well. For the purposes of the demographics profile, we are using Census Bureau's data to describe the characteristics of the plan area. So we're using one census tract, information from that census tract, which does not exactly conform to the boundaries of the plan area itself, but it does have a little bit of an extra area east of Frederick Road. But we do have to use Census Bureau data because we have no other sources of information available. So this is, you can think of the characteristics as an approximation of the characteristics of the plan area itself. Next slide, please. This slide and probably the next couple of slides are, I think, the most important pieces of information for this area. The area has had, enormous amount of population growth within the last 20 years. So looking at since 2000, it's more than a tenfold jump in the population itself, from nearly 300 to actually almost 4,000, according to the 2020 census count. Next slide, please. As part of this population growth, increasing diversification of the population is the other piece of this story. So as you can see from the diagram, all major racial groups have increased their numbers since 2000, but you can see the share of persons of color, including Asians, Blacks, and Hispanics, have increased their share over time since 2000. And at this point, as of 2020, the census tract actually is about 60% persons of color. Next slide, please. This slide actually gives a little bit more information about the percentage of foreign-born and English language proficiency. So 44% of the residents are foreign-born, and this aligns with the the very diverse population of this study area. And 61% of the residents of this area actually speak a language other than English at home. And of the people who speak a non-English language, 24% of those people speak English less than very well. It's a self-described term within the census survey. And some of the top foreign languages among persons who speak a non-English language include Spanish, Chinese, and Korean. Next slide, please. So a little bit more about the age distribution, and then I'll go into the household composition a little bit. This slide shows not just the distribution of the age distribution of the study area, but also a comparison with the county as well. So as you can see, the age for the study area is actually slightly younger than the county as a whole. Fewer persons that are 65 and older, more kids, more children in the study area as well, compared to the county. And next slide, please. And related to the age distribution is the household type. So as you can see, compared to the county, the study area has a higher percentage of families with children under 18. So these could be married couples with children. These could be single parents with children under 18 as well. And if you look to the right of the graph, you can see another contrast between the county and the study area. The study area has a smaller percentage of households that are considered to be non-family. So for example, persons living alone, roommates types of situation. Next slide, please. And this slide and the next couple will look at the socioeconomic characteristics of the study area compared to the county. So the median household income of the study area is actually higher than the county as a whole. So about $130,000 for the study area compared to $117,000 for the county. And as you can see from the graph, you have in the study area there are many more households that are earning between $100,000 and $150,000. A smaller percentages on either ends of the distribution. And next slide, please. Housing cost burden. So most of the residents in the study area are actually in owner-occupied households. So that's probably the key point right here. About 30% of the households are considered to be, housing cost burden. They are paying more than 30% of their household income towards housing costs. For example, a mortgage, insurance, things of that sort. And that's actually a fairly similar percentage to the county as a whole for owner-occupied households with a mortgage. For the county, that's about 30%. And next slide, please. And we'll talk about educational attainment. And again, another comparison with, between the study area and the county as a whole. So the study area, like the county itself, is highly educated, many college graduates. So probably the one contrasting thing on this slide is that there's a larger percentage of persons above age 25, who have a bachelor's degree in the study area, and a lower percentage who have a graduate or professional degree when compared to the county. Okay, and next slide, please. Related to the high level of educational attainment among persons age 16 and over, you can see that about 50%, 57% of the population age 16 and over are work in what's called the management, business, science, and arts types of occupations. So these are your managerial occupations, your STEM occupations, many of your higher earning occupations. The distribution for the study area is fairly similar when compared to the county, looking across the 5 major occupational groups. And next slide, please. And this is just a slide about the mode of commuting to work. So Clarksburg does not have many transit options. So as you can imagine, many of the residents in the study area drive alone to work. 66% drive alone to work. An additional 15% of residents who work carpool, and then actually 14% of those residents work at home, so they do not commute. And there is a little bit of a contrast with the county as a whole, where in the study area you have very minimal use of public transportation to get to work, but for the county as a whole, you have a higher share of workers who commute by public transit. And then the average travel time for residents in the study area to commute to work is about 42%, so a bit longer than for county residents as a whole. And place of work, again, a bit of a comparison between the study area and the county. About 75% of the workers who live in the study area commute to somewhere else in Montgomery County, and then the rest commute either to someplace outside Maryland, probably Virginia or DC, or somewhere else in the state of Maryland, outside Montgomery County. And as you can see, the percentage of commuters who commute to a workplace within Montgomery County is slightly higher for residents of the study area than for county residents as a whole. And next slide, please. And just to sum up the demographic key points, so as I pointed out, probably the first few slides were probably the more interesting facets of the study area itself. So the study area has grown tremendously in the last 20 years, has experienced a large amount of racial diversity. And I think I did not mention earlier that Asians and Pacific Islanders are actually the largest racial and ethnic group currently within the study area, and South Asians specifically are the largest subgroup within the Asian Pacific Islander group. Also, a large percentage of residents are foreign-born and speak a language other than English at home. Residents are predominantly working-age adults and children. You have a high median income in this study area, high-level educational attainment, and then also, again, reflecting the fact that there's not much transit in this area. Use of public transportation to commute to work is fairly negligible. And I think this actually concludes the demographics profile section. I will turn it back to Mr. Duke.
Sure. I was wondering if the planning board has any questions that
Yeah,
they want
I
to ask?
have one.
Sure.
I'm just wondering, it's very interesting to see that from 300 to 4,000, and then it completely changed the diversity. Any reason contributed to that, do you know? Or is it normal, or something special made it happen? I don't know.
That's a good question. I myself am not very familiar with the history of the area, and maybe Mr. Duke or Mr. Pratt can comment a little bit about the history of why the area diversified.
Could be that it was more affordable further out, and I don't know, and that's why that the diverse group that at that time maybe they didn't have as much as income, but they had bigger families, they needed to move out. And Clarksburg was the most out for Montgomery County. I remember it used to be Gaithersburg, then Germantown, and now Clarksburg is and the prices were very good and affordable. And now they have gone up and has helped a lot. I'm just thinking that maybe it was due to the lower price for a single-family home for bigger families. I'm just guessing. I don't know.
Yeah, not sure that we have an answer as to the why, but consistent with Germantown and some of the other communities in that area, we know are some of the more diverse areas of the county. So they're consistently ranked in terms of not only the county, the state, but the nation as some of our most diverse communities within the nation even.
It looks like that the diverse group maybe, I don't know, I'm asking, is moving from the urban areas that is getting more expensive and more dense, pushing out that it is bigger square footage for larger family, because usually they have larger family and it's more affordable. But the price they have to pay is driving.
I think next will be, and do we have any other questions? Next, Brett Brown will be providing information on transportation. And Brett, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. For the record, good afternoon, members of the board. Brett Brown, Elk County Transportation. So just like James, we have a lot to cover, so I'll try and get through this as thoroughly as possible, but also as quickly as possible. So as this map illustrates, there are limited points of connectivity within the sector plan area. A lot of that is due to topography and geography. So you have a lot of tributaries of Little Seneca, you have deep stream valleys, forest canopies, and in some instances, parkland. Next slide, please. So the 1994 plan had a pretty comprehensive recommendation for roads throughout, not just the plan area, but Clarksburg in general. For the most part, a lot of these roads have been built with the exception of the ones that are outlined in yellow. So the first being Observation Drive, which runs north-south, that is signed A19 on the map. Running east-west, you have Little Seneca Parkway, which is signed as A302. And then, of course, you have the MD 355 bypass, which would have emanated off of 355 and would have circumvented the Clarksburg Historic District to mitigate any kind of traffic impact, especially, widening of 355 through the historic district. And then, of course, last but not least, circled in the middle is a proposed interchange, which would have carried an extension of Little Seneca Parkway to what is now the Village at Cabin Branch. Next slide, please. So about 2 decades later, a lot of those recommendations have rang true for the most part. The areas that are the roads that are dashed in purple are from the 10 Mile Creek Master Plan, and those outlined in red are from the 1994 plan. So the 10 Mile Creek Plan actually offered an alternative alignment for Observation Drive. This would actually be the second realignment of the road. So again, red is from 1994 and purple is from the 10 Mile Creek Plan. So it would have taken a different route closer to Gateway Center Drive and eventually to 121. The 2014 plan also had the addition of BRT along 355, which is a part of a greater effort by the county to introduce more transportation options for Clarksburg. And as you'll see in the next slide, this actually gives a pretty good aerial view of pretty much, for the exception of the interchange, pretty much all of the major transportation components of the master plan area. So at the top, you see the northernmost extent of Observation Drive as it terminates through Gateway Commons residential development up to 121. You have Roberts Tavern, which was supposed to be, again, the bypass around the historic district. At the Dowden Station residential development, Dowden Station Way, which is the road that emanates off of 355, that is originally supposed to be part of the right-of-way that would have been the 355 bypass. And of course, you also have the two ends of Observation Drive. Clarksburg Square actually contains what would be technically the southbound lane heading back toward West Old Baltimore Road and eventually to Germantown. Staff actually did two walk audits back in the spring. We actually walked across this pedestrian bridge. The pictures don't really do it great justice, but that stream valley is actually fairly steep, and building the northbound lane of Observation Drive would actually disturb a lot of those environmental features. So basically, you'd have a fairly substantial retaining wall that would make up the northbound lane. Next slide, please. And then continuing on with some of the roadway recommendations, of course, we have three different concepts for the interchange that would fly across I-270. So the first being from 1994. This is a much more liberal, expansive interchange that would take up a lot more space, a lot more right-of-way. The Village of Cabin Branch Development Plan actually includes some right-of-way that would be left over to build the interchange. This one's slightly more conservative. And then, of course, the one to the right is a staff alternative. We haven't, obviously, we're early in the process, so we haven't made a decision yet, but this is just an example of, a tighter, more urban diamond style interchange that could be built. Next slide. So just to kind of continue on with some of the planned roadway recommendations. So this map shows the existing from 1994 and then some of the alternatives that have been suggested, of course, with the 1994 plan, 10 Mile Creek, and then the Corridor Forward Master Plan from 2022. So again, you see the full length of Observation Drive, which is dashed yellow. The orange is actually a different alignment from the 2022 Corridor Forward Plan, which instead of splitting off and joining Shawnee Lane closer to one of the main stems of Little Seneca Creek, it would actually split off to the west and then connect to Gateway Center Drive. So it would also save save a lot of the environmental areas that might be degraded by building this road through, and it also would prevent a lot of the stream crossings. Of course, you have the I-270 interchange, which, again, as the map illustrates, Little Seneca Creek is only built to one of the tributaries of Little Seneca Parkway, rather, is only built to one of the tributaries of Little Seneca Creek, and then it ends. As part of MCDOT's plan to extend Observation Drive, the project is known as Phase 1 of Observation Drive, that would actually terminate at Little Seneca Parkway. Of course, number 5, you have the Quarter Cities Transitway, which again would have been BRT. So it either would utilize 355 or would utilize a transitway up Observation Drive, either through the planned segment from the 1994 plan or the most recent alignment using Gateway Center Drive. Next slide, please. And the next slide also kind of gets into the nitty-gritty about the current public transportation within Clarksburg. As James mentioned, the area has gone through explosive population growth the last 10 to 20 years. There's been a lot of residential development, some commercial, not really transportation, but as of now, there are 3 different bus routes that navigate through the Clarksburg area. For the most part, you have the 73, the 75, and the 79. 2 terminate at Shady Grove Metro Station, and 1 terminates at the Germantown Mark Station. And to really put that into perspective, that's only phase 1 of your commuting time, of your commuting travel. You have to actually get to the train station and then get to wherever else you're going. So that's, there's phase 1, there's phase 2. And if you work farther out, say you work in Northern Virginia, Baltimore, the district, and even other counties within Maryland, that's really like the second or third leg of your journey. So this is why, having a more robust public transportation system to serve citizens of Clarksburg is so important. So the next slide, we can just move past fairly quickly. It just shows a more detailed map of the route as it circumvents the area and its relation to the planned boundary. Next slide, please. So in addition to that, as I mentioned before, there were two different plans for public transit within the Clarksburg area. The first one being the CCT, which is shown here. This would have been the MD 355 North alignment, which again, obviously would have utilized 355 and would have terminated at Redgrave Place, just north of the Clarksburg Historic District. And then the second one, next slide, please, sorry. And then the second slide shows the most iteration of BRT to serve the Clarksburg area. This, of course, is from the 2022 Corridor 4 Master Plan. So it shows a different alignment of MD 355 North, outlined in green. This would actually utilize 355 through Germantown, but south of Clarksburg, it would mostly use Snowden Farm Parkway before terminating at the Clarksburg Premium Outlets. And then highlighted in blue are a series of corridor connectors that would complement the proposed BRT service along Snowden Farm Parkway. This would use Observation Drive. As shown here, this is actually, I believe, the 1990, actually, I'm sorry, this is the 10 Mile Creek alignment. So this one shows it a little closer to Gateway Center Drive. And in the yellow dashed arrow, this would show a gateway, this would show an alignment from Observation Drive to Gateway Center. So both of those alignments are certainly possible. Next slide, please. So staying within the spirit of modality, so the succeeding slide, I'm sorry, we'll start to talk about the bicycle master plan and the pedestrian master plan. I'm sure members of the board, you were very well aware of this. But just for some background, the bicycle master plan offers a comprehensive framework to create a more bikeable and more bike-friendly Montgomery County. Obviously, within the planned boundary area, there are a lot of trails, there are side paths, for bicycles and also for pedestrians, which you'll see on the next slide as well. So the pedestrian master plan also has different levels of comfort for intersections or specific roads. For the most part, the areas within the master plan boundary are rated very comfortable to somewhat comfortable. You will see these little red pinch points. Mostly those are just intersections that don't have crosswalks, which again, in the spirit of Vision Zero and making communities more safe, this is something that we would definitely be looking at throughout the entirety of the master plan. There are certain sections of MD 355 that are rated as uncomfortable. As you know, there was a CIP plan that built a side path along the left side, near the southbound lanes of 355. On the other side of 355, there isn't a sidewalk. But for the most part, within the plain area, there are many sidewalks, but still, there's definitely a lot of room for improvement to make this a more pedestrian and bicycle-friendly area. And then just to wrap everything up in a nice little bow, some of the key points of the transportation, again, highlights the fact that despite the fact that there has been explosive growth within the Clarksburg area, and especially within the sector plan boundary, a lot of the transportation network that was mentioned in the 1994 plan has yet to be built. So again, unfortunately, a lot of the Clarksburg area suffers from a lack of transportation options, which this master plan is looking to address and establish better transportation connections. Traffic is also predicted to actually worsen up to 23% within the next 2 decades. So despite the fact, again, as I mentioned before, that the master plan boundary contains, a lot of pedestrian and bicycle facilities, this master plan seeks to address that there could be more done to make this area look more feasible and create a better better street grid network and make the entire area safer for pedestrians and bicycle networks. So with that, I will leave it on, drop it off to Jamie and Roberto. Thank you.
And before we continue, does the planning board have any other questions, or?
I had one quick question on this. Is there any plan or any option to increase the number of ways to cross from the planned boundary over east or west across 270? Because right now there's the one at the top, one at the bottom, and then
Right.
big ones in between.
That's one of the things we'll be investigating through the planning process and visiting session. So we will be looking at those types of things.
Okay.
Oh, and now I will discuss land use and zoning, and I'll hopefully be very brief about this, but in terms of existing land uses, we have 12 different land uses in the plan area, and they're primarily distributed between two of the major ones, research and development in this kind of peachy color, and a little bit of office and retail in a rose color, and institutional uses. So again, we have the Clarksburg Elementary School along the northern boundary. We have the high school in the middle here, and Clarksburg High School and Rocky Hill Middle School on the lower section. And in terms of land uses, again, this is Gateway Center Drive, so that's where you have most of your employment and the ComSat site, the rose and the peach colors. We do also have a distribution of yellow, which is mostly single-family residential, attached and detached, and that's primarily along closer to Frederick Road. And in terms of existing zoning, pretty much follows land use. We do have mostly R200, so about 42% of the plan area along Frederick Road and along the southern boundary is R200. And I will say that a lot of this, even though it's R200, a good portion does have private open space areas, public park areas, and that sort of thing are also included in that R200 and schools in the R200 zone. And then the EOF, again, is the Gateway Center Drive, the employment that's found along there, and the larger one is the ComSat site right along the western edge, and that's primarily focused, all the employment is primarily focused along the western edge, along I-270. So in terms of the key points, the largest land use in the area is mostly flex space, and Bilal will describe that. And the former ComSat property is also identified as an undeveloped, a good undeveloped portion of that space. Again, there are 3 schools in the plan area, an elementary, middle, and high school. The largest zoning in the area is R200, and a great deal of the R200 land itself is occupied by institutional and park uses. And EOF is the employment and office is the second largest zone category in the plan area. And I don't know if anyone has any questions. That's fairly straightforward, but okay. Next, we'll be briefly talking about public facilities in the plan area. And Station 35, Fire Station 35, should be about complete. It's nearly complete, so it's under construction, and that will be, its temporary location is near the office park. There's also a District 5 police station near Crystal Rock Drive and Germantown within the general area. In terms of libraries, and this is one of the things that we heard through a number of our listening sessions, is people were asking about libraries. Currently, there are no libraries in the plan area, and the closest one that is planned is in the Clarksburg Town Center area, which is planned right here for this particular site. And then the rest of the town center, where we do have an application, a site plan application that's coming in for the town center site right along here. But that is the closest library in the plan area, to the plan area.
How many miles is the town center to the eastern limit?
Excuse me.
How far is the town center? How many minutes walk, if it is walk or drive?
It's,
I mean, it would be walkable to the people in the northern part of the plan area. It's just a few blocks, but I don't know the actual distance.
It's probably within a mile from there. It's just off the screen to the, like, straight north of the plan boundary.
so here's the plan boundary, and there's the library. In terms of recreation and centers, you know, one of the things we did hear a little bit was that, you know, folks are interested in recreation in the area. And in terms of the closest rec centers, there are none within the plan area. And as you can see, there are some in Damascus, Montgomery Village, and Germantown. So, and the closest pool itself is in the Germantown area. And so it's a little bit of a distance, a few miles, from any rec center or the plan area from any rec center or swimming pool.
County has no plan to have one for Clarksburg, because I know that, you know, this study has no impact to the town center in regard to usage of the public amenities. Is it going to impact or not?
For the town center's not within this boundary.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm talking about the public facilities that they are in that area. Is there anything in the town center or in the vicinity, even in the capital improvement for the county? They don't have anything for Clarksburg? Like a library or a community center?
Right, the library is, at least today, still supposed to be in the town center.
Okay, is it built?
No, it's not built yet.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
So-
DGS is working on that and some other issues right now.
And that would serve this area also, correct?
Yeah, yes, it would serve the larger area.
In terms of sewer service, one of the main lines that are in yellow here. The rose areas indicate areas that could be possibly developed at some point. However, because of, it would require, I guess, innovative sewer infrastructure to connect, just because of the topo and the grading and the everything in the area. So, you know, that's one of the things that also this plan will have to investigate. And next, I will go drop it off to Bilal, and he'll discuss housing.
Thank you, Roberto. For members of the Planning Board, my name is Bilal Ali, and I work in the Research and Strategic Projects Division as the real estate researcher. I'll talk about housing and economic development, and try to be brief because we will reiterate some points that we visited earlier. So, you know, in terms of housing construction and development, it obviously follows the population growth. It's what led to the population growth. The vast majority of housing units were built after 2000. And if we go to the next slide, that is also consistent with when people moved into those housing units. So the vast majority of householders also moved in after 2000, and disproportionately so compared to the rest of the county, which had development and households living there before 2000 as well. Next slide. So in terms of the developments that sort of constitute those 1,100 units, there's about 6 of them with a 15% NPDU rate amongst them on average, which is higher than the 12.5% requirement. As we'll see in the next slide, but yeah, if we can just go to the next slide. You know, in terms of the distribution of units, the plan area is somewhat unique in that it's, you know, heavily concentrated with townhomes. So nearly 3/4 of the housing units are townhomes and the rest are primarily single family. The Clarksburg area is also somewhat unique compared to the county overall in that it's primarily single family, whether that's detached or attached. Over 90% are single family in total. And this is just consistent with the type of development that occurred. So there's, 6 developments, 6 developers, maybe more builders, but roughly, similar products of a similar vintage and a similar size, which may also explain the nature of the households that moved in, and that they're similar price points. But, it's hard to sort of speculate beyond just the fact that there's a certain price point in product that might be attracting certain households of a certain profile. To your question earlier, Commissioner Peduim. If we go to the next slide, you can see that the sale prices are somewhat more affordable than the county. If you look at the single-family detached, it's more or less in line, but approximately $50,000 cheaper. The townhomes are actually more expensive than the countywide average, although there are some newer and larger townhomes. What's interesting about the Clarksburg area is that a lot of the units are relatively large, so even though they're approximating countywide median prices, they're a little bit larger, so on a per square foot basis, they might be a little bit cheaper, but still require a large down payment and loan to purchase nonetheless. So still an expensive market, which is consistent with the income distribution that my colleague James showed you earlier. And so just to summarize, next slide, please. Yep. So like we said, the vast majority of housing units were built out after 2000, which explains the population growth. The vast majority in the Clarksburg area generally, and I think the perception and characterization of it as a single-family neighborhood is evident in the data. There are no multifamily rentals units within the plan area, and 15% are MPDUs. So shifting to economic development, the next slide. So the plan area is currently about 50 employers and 1,300 jobs or so, which is less than the 20,000 jobs that were projected in the 1994 plan, as Roberto and JV mentioned. Since 2010, the area has added 20 businesses but lost 60 overall jobs, so relatively small businesses have moved into this space, and I'll describe the primary employment development that exists, which is along Gateway Center Drive. It's flex space, which kind of explains the types of businesses that we have there. The large employers are robotic research and Thales, which I'll also show in the next slide, but most of the mid-sized businesses that had 10 to 100 employees that were there in 2010 have left and have been replaced by smaller mid-sized businesses with fewer employees. If we go to the next slide, you can see the main employers in the plan area. So you have Thales Defense and Security, an R&D firm. RRAI is also an R&D manufacturing kind of firm. They are located on the east side of Gateway Center Drive. And some of those smaller businesses are on the west side of Gateway Center Drive, which we'll see. There's also Moyer & Sons Moving and Storage, and then the Bright Focus Foundation within the Gateway Center Drive area as well. But all of these developments or businesses are located within flex properties, as I'll describe, and there's relatively little office or retail space, and therefore relatively few office or retail employees in the plan area. So thank you. So the next, so what is flex development, right? It's sort of this in-between type of development between office and industrial. It's flexible, and it can accommodate a multitude of uses. Typically, they have ceiling heights of under 18 feet, and they can include anything from the R&D manufacturing to a church or a dialysis lab or a gym, kind of thing as well. So if you go to the next slide. Retail development is interesting because it's actually somewhat under-retailed, this area in general. The Clarksburg Highland Shopping Center, which is the bottom image, is just to the north of the plan area. It's not within it, but it's small. It includes some retail, but also some like personal services. So, your lawyers and accountants and like a tutor type business, and there's a pizza place. But it's relatively small, particularly in the context of how much growth there's been, and household growth in particular. The surrounding area does include the Clarksburg Village Center, which has a Harris Teeter and other retail. And then there's, of course, the Outlet, which is nearly 400,000 square feet of retail, but that's more of a regional attraction, not necessarily an amenity that's serving the local residents. And ultimately, the main finding here is just that there's not as much retail as there potentially could be to match with the housing development and the potential spending that's occurring in the area. If you go to the next slide. And just to sort of summarize this, you can see the 1.5 million square feet of non-residential development that was referenced earlier. As you said, about 1.1 million was in flex space, and that includes the ComSat building. we pull our data from CoStar, which is where we get our estimates of inventory and vacancy rates and rents and things like that. We've heard that the ComStats, according to CoStar's data, approximately 170,000 is sort of unaccounted for. It's not necessarily vacant, but it's not there. I think we've heard from the property owner maybe that is considered vacant. And so if you account for all of ComStat being vacant, this vacancy rate amongst the flex would be pushed to more like 50%. But it's still high is the point and somewhat underutilized. And the overall development did not reach what the 1994 plan envisioned. And I think that's the main takeaway from this. And then we also, Roberto mentioned there's some institutional development that's relatively large as well. Thank you. So the next slide, going to Gateway 270, you can see where Thales and RRAI are in the yellow on the east side of Gateway 270 Drive, and some of those smaller uses are within the Elion portfolio. That's the property owner. And there's about 18% of vacant and available space within those 6 buildings. And the rents are relatively low and consistent with industrial flex space in the county. Next slide, please. Yeah, so just again, speaking about ComStat, I think, that's something that the plan is going to explore. But just wanted to mention that, the guidance that comes from Thrive Montgomery 2050, which is, looking at underutilized sites and buildings for, increasing the mix of uses, potentially repositioning them so that they can be activated with more housing, amenities, retail, employment uses, whatever the case may be. And so to the extent that it's a large site that's undeveloped, that's certainly the guidance that we have and something that I think that the plan will be doing over the next few months. Next slide. And then finally, we have one site, Linthicum Farm, that's on the south end of the plan area that's zoned industrial. And that's interesting because the county does not necessarily have a huge inventory of industrial land. That being said, although this site is zoned industrial, it's not an industrial use today. It's undeveloped. And so I think the plan is going to explore other potential zoning classifications for it that might better position it, but also potentially considering what that industrial use could look like. And yeah, just to summarize, 50 businesses with about 1,300 jobs, and the point that it didn't really meet what the 1994 plan envisioned. There are some more businesses, but fewer jobs than in 2010. Not a lot of retail establishment, and definitely not enough to necessarily serve the amount of households and significant household growth. Most of the non-residential real estate is flex, not office or industrial, as some people may have expected. And then most of the Gateway 270 portfolio is occupied other than the ComStat site, which is highly vacant. I think that's it.
And are there any questions with the board?
Yeah, just a quick question on the jobs within the plan area and those people who have those jobs. Do we have any data about whether or not most of those jobs are filled by people who live in the nearby area, or are these more regional employers that are drawing from kind of more further afield? And for similarly, like for the residents who live there, do we have a sense for are the majority also working nearby, or do they typically drive kind of further afield as well?
So we haven't actually looked at the data. We don't actually know where the workers live. We haven't looked at that. It's relatively small too. But I will say, if you look at the commuting data, it suggests that the majority of residents are not working within there, and they're commuting further than people further down I-270. So that would suggest no, that they're not necessarily living in the same place.
I just have one quick question. Do you have a sense of why the planned employment or the vision for this 5 to 6 million whatever employment jobs did not come to fruition? Is there a reason why you think that it's?
It's certainly worth further study, but I think it's a projection from a long time ago, and based on a form of and sort of theory of growth that we may have since changed. I think the paradigm of planning has shifted to more dense development, maybe that's less auto-oriented. And so back when the car was the primary mode of travel and development was sort of maybe sprawling a little more, it's possible that people assumed that people would go up employers would go up the I-270 corridor, but with transit-oriented development principles and the frankly, the decline in office demand, which has far preceded the pandemic, it's possible that a lot of the assumptions that were made in the early 90s just didn't pan out for that reason, for those reasons.
Thank you.
All right, for the record, I'm Hei Beck with the Countywide Planning and Policy Division, and I'll be presenting the school's part of the existing conditions analysis. So if you look at the map on the right here, it shows an overlay of the plan boundary on top of MCPS's school feeder patterns. And as you can see, the plan area is primarily served by Clarksburg Elementary School, Rocky Hill Middle School, and Clarksburg High School, as earlier has been mentioned, all being within the plan boundary. In addition, there are a couple other schools that are serving the plan boundary. There aren't any residential units within those feeder areas at the moment, but those are included in the existing conditions analysis, as well as other elementary and middle schools in the Clarksburg cluster and the adjacent Damascus High School cluster. One thing to point out here is that the 1994 Clarksburg plan had recommended Clarksburg Elementary School site, if you see it at the northern tip of the plan area, be relocated, most likely due to Observation Drive plans back then. There was also an additional school site discussed that's currently is included on the southern side of the plan boundary right now. And this is one issue that the current plan could re-examine and see if the recommendations will still hold or could be amended or changed. Next slide, please. This shows the elementary schools. It's the same list as earlier, but shows a full map of all the elementary schools serving the plan area, which is Clarksburg Elementary School, Cabin Branch Elementary School, and Gibbs Elementary School, and then the other Clarksburg cluster elementary schools. Next slide, please. If we look at the collective enrollment trends of all three of these, not all three, of all these elementary schools together, you can see compared back down to 2005, the enrollment shown in the light blue sticks has nearly tripled over the past couple decades. The capacity shown in the dark bars have continuously been trailing the enrollment growth. If you see the boxes on the top, it shows MCPS's capital investments to increase capacity in the areas. So, I mean, it sort of shows how the area residents constantly feel like their schools are overcrowded because the capital investment usually came a little late after the enrollment growth has occurred. But if you look at the current year and the next year's projected and the most recent years, enrollment and elementary school enrollment at least seems to have peaked around 2019 and the current projections are not showing the same growth rate to keep standing. It kind of goes along with the housing growth slowing down in the area. So currently there's projected to be about 600 surplus seats in the area and Clarksburg cluster. Next slide, please. This shows Clarksburg Elementary School alone, which until very recently was still heavily overutilized. But this school year, Cabin Branch Elementary School opened and was able to relieve a lot of the students. Next year, I believe a couple more grade level students will be relieved to the new school. So you can see within the next 5-6 years, the school capacity utilization will be pretty balanced. Next slide. Okay. This shows middle schools. It again shows the two middle schools serving the plan area, and then Howley Wells Middle School, which is also part of the Clarksburg cluster. Next slide, please. Here too, you can see that the enrollment has constantly been going up since 2005. There was an additional middle school, Howley Wells Middle School, that opened in the Clarksburg cluster to keep up with the enrollment. The enrollment the growth rate you could see is slowly starting to slow down. Within the next 5, 6 school years, enrollment is still going to be increasing a little bit, but currently, under the existing conditions, it seems like the capacity will be able to hold the middle school enrollment growth, but there won't be that much room for additional growth on top of what is currently happening in this area. This is Rocky Hill Middle School alone. You can see around 2016, when Halliwell's Middle School opened, the enrollment dropped. That is not a trend of the enrollment itself. That's just students being reassigned to the new school. Rocky Hill Middle School itself is projected to be slightly overutilized within the next 6 years. Next slide. For the high schools, we looked at Clarksburg High School and Seneca Valley High School, which serves a little bit of the plan area, and the adjacent Damascus High School, which is expecting to receive a major capital project, but with a capacity increase that's intended to relieve the overutilization at Clarksburg High School. It's currently scheduled to be complete by 2027. Next slide, please. So this shows the enrollment trends and capacity projections for these 3 schools together. And as you can see, by 2027, 2028, when the full capacity at Damascus High School is expected to be open, there will be surplus seats, nearly 200 surplus seats available for additional growth beyond what's currently projected in the area. This is Clarksburg High School alone. The last 3 years' projections is based on a hypothetical scenario that we use to pretty much just test if the additional capacity at the other school is enough. So we're assuming that the utilization between the 2 schools will be be balanced by a student reassignment. It's not always the result of actual boundary changes, but if that is the case, we can see that the capacity available is sufficient.
Could you say the difference between enrollment and utilization?
Oh, so enrollment, utilization is enrollment divided by capacity. So if the enrollment grows, but capacity grows at the same time, the utilization rate could still be balanced. If enrollment's growing without any addition to capacity and enrollment, let's say the capacity is 100, but your enrollment grew to 120, then your utilization rate went up to 120. But then if MCPS builds 20 more seats and makes the capacity at 120 as well, and your enrollment stays at 120, then your utilization rate is back to 100%. So it's a comparison between capacity and enrollment.
Yes, but when the blue is your enrollment.
The light blue, yes.
Okay, I see.
Light blue is enrollment.
Yeah, thank you.
So when the dark blue goes up, you can see the red lines dropping. The red lines will drop because the capacity went up. So Clarksburg High School in 2011 had a classroom addition. 20, I can't read that from here. Had a classroom addition, so the utilization rate dropped. Next slide, please. This one just shows sort of what we're trying to understand that's going on in Clarksburg High Schools in terms of their sudden enrollment growth. I mean, it's in a way obvious because there was so much housing growth. But at the same time, if we compared their student generation rates to the rest of the county's turnover impact areas, you can see just for one comparison, the single-family detached student generation rates for the county's turnover impact areas is 0.440. For Clarksburg, the Clarksburg school impact area, it's a larger boundary than the plan area itself, but it still, shows a similar situation, is at 0.6 something. So it's at a much higher student generation rate. The graph below is trying to explain what may be going on there, what is probably going on there. The graph below shows the student generation rates of homes in the county based on the years they were sold. For the Clarksburg area, it's mostly going to be the years they were built, but because most of those homes are newer. But at the same time, you can see that for the first 5 to 10 years, or for the first 10 years, the student generation rates keep going up for homes that were recently sold or built, because families are, having more kids, sending more kids to the schools. As the kids age throughout the system and graduate from MCPS, you can see that those homes, the student generation rates for those homes start dropping around the 10-year mark. And then once they go past the 15 to 18-year mark, their student generation rates actually drop down below what the county-wide average is, which is shown in the red mark. So for the Clarksburg area, given that most of the homes were built since 2000, most of those homes are actually within this, the earlier wave of this bar graph. So they are showing intensified student generation rates, which as time goes by and students age out of the system might be coming down. So their enrollment peak that we're seeing right now might be at the elementary school level. It might continue on to the middle and high school level, and without additional housing growth, we might even be seeing enrollment coming down in that area.
What about turnover? Turnover. So, students get older and the parents sell the house and young family come and buy the house. So it has nothing to do with the age of the housing, but it has to do with the turnover. How do you incorporate the turnover?
So the bar graph below is actually including that. It's including all sales. So it's the student generation rates based on the homes since they were last sold. So if a home was sold, it has re-entered the cycle on the very far left.
Oh, okay.
If it hasn't been sold, it just continues to drop down to the right side of the bar graph. So Clarksburg right now most of the homes the area itself is on the left side of this bar graph. But as time goes by, and if those homeowners with older children, empty nesters, do not sell their homes, the homes might drop down in terms of student generation rates. Next slide, please. So for the school's key points, the enrollment across all levels in the Clarksburg plan area has experienced dramatic growth. But we've seen that the elementary school enrollment seems to have peaked around 2019. And at the middle school and high school levels, it might continue to increase, but as we've just discussed, it is likely we are expecting to see that enrollment growth to peak as well without additional housing growth. And then the Damascus High School major capital project is expected to relieve the current overutilization at Clarksburg High School. In terms of the existing schools, existing conditions for schools, although we do hear a lot of concerns over overutilization at Clarksburg, currently without the master plan impact that will be coming from this master plan, we are seeing a light at the end of the tunnel for the Clarksburg community.
Good afternoon. John Lieberts, Cultural Resource Planner, and I'll be discussing historic resources in the plan area. For each master plan, historic preservation staff drafts an updated community history, reviews potential sites and districts for historic designation, and identifies opportunities to explore and celebrate local stories. So in Montgomery County, there are several tools for historic preservation. First, we have the locational, if you go, this slide's great. First, we have the locational atlas and index of historic sites. This was created by the Planning Board in 1976. The atlas lists resources that are potentially significant and warrant further consideration. So this listing provides partial protection from demolition and substantial alteration until the resource is evaluated for the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. Next, we have the Master Plan for Historic Preservation adopted by the County Council in 1979. And paired with Chapter 24A of the County Code, it governs how we conduct historic preservation in the county. Listing in the Master Plan occurs after a thorough analysis with respect to the designation criteria and approval by the County Council. Once designated, any exterior alterations must be reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Commission, and owners of master plan sites and districts are eligible for historic preservation tax credits. And lastly, we have the burial sites inventory. The County Council passed 2 laws, and the Planning Board created the guidelines for burial sites to preserve and protect these resources during preliminary plan of subdivision. Next slide, please. So there are numerous designated resources located within the plan area. These resources have architectural and historical significance, but more importantly, provide material and tangible benefits to the community. There is one individual site and one district listed in the master plan for historic preservation. In 1979, the county council designated the Clarksburg School as a master plan historic site. You can see the school on the left side of the slide. The building, constructed for white students in 1909, is one of the county's last and most elaborate remaining examples of a two-room school. It remained in continuous operation until 1972, when it was relocated 300 feet to its current location. In 1990, the county council designated the Clarksburg Master Plan Historic District. This district represents a concentrated collection of 19th and early 20th century residential and commercial buildings lining Frederick Road, and we have an example of one of the houses in the middle of the slide. Next slide, please. The Dowden Ordinary Site and Marker is a single resource listed in the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites. Dowden's Ordinary was a tavern near the present-day intersection of Frederick Road and Stringtown Road. The site is associated with the French and Indian War, meeting place of the Sons of Liberty prior to the American Revolution, and the installation of a commemorative plaque by the Daughters of the American Revolution. The tavern was demolished in the 1920s, and in 2010, Dowden's Ordinary Special Park was developed and donated to MNC PPC. Parks has conducted archaeological investigations at the site and installed interpretive elements. As part of this process, the site will be evaluated for the Master Plan for Historic Preservation and removed from the Locational Atlas. Next slide, please. The John Wesley United Methodist Church is the only cemetery listed in the burial sites inventory within the plan boundary. The local African-American community constructed the first church on the site in 1887, which likely coincides with the earliest burials. There are several sites and districts that have not been previously evaluated for the Locational Atlas or the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. 4 of these resources relate to African-American history within the plan boundary. First, we have the Clarksburg Heights District, a mid-20th century planned subdivision created by African-American residents F. Wilson and Sarah Wims. The Wims built 6 houses for African-American families and offered one of the earliest rent-to-own programs. F. Wilson Wims is significant for his role in supporting the suburbanization of Clarksburg and greater activism in Montgomery County. And on the slide, you can see in the foreground is a picture of one of the houses in the 1960s. Next, we have the John Wesley Methodist Church and Cemetery associated with the former Rocky Hill community. The current church was built in 1925. It's an important institution that served as a cornerstone for the community's religious, educational, and social functions. And lastly, we have 2 remaining houses that were built in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, first owned by Maurice and Sarah Mason and Warren Wims, that we'll be evaluating as well. So shifting our focus to architectural and historical significance, staff will evaluate ComStat laboratories. Argentine-American architect Cesar Pelli designed the building, and it was constructed between 1968 and 1969. Pelli is recognized as a master architect. In 2005, the American Institute of Architects awarded him with the Gold Medal, the highest annual honor recognizing individuals whose work had lasting influence on the theory and practice of architecture. There are only 79 recipients of this award. ComStat is Maryland's only commercial building designed by Pelli and one of 4 buildings standing in the DC region. So ComStat is an example of a high technology design that came to define technology research corridors. The building epitomizes the machine in the garden aesthetic, which symbolizes the complicated relationship of technology and nature. In addition, ComStat was the site of many globally significant advances in communication technology. Next slide. And to summarize, there are several designated resources with architectural and historical significance in the plan boundary. One of these is the Clarksburg Master Plan Historic District, which is on the northern side of the plan area. ComStat and several other resources related to African-American history will be evaluated for listing in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation as well. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll pass it back to Mr. Duke.
No questions, thank you.
All right, I'm Jamie Pratt from the other co-lead on the master plan. I was going to go through the environmental section. The watershed is kind of the part, the thing that is the most important environmental aspect of this plan, because all of the area in the plan drains to the Little Seneca Lake, which is a backup drinking water supply for the region. So on the south side of the plan boundary, you can see Little Seneca Creek itself, but the northern tip, parts of that drain to the 10 Mile Creek, which was the subject of its own master plan because of the importance of environmental protection in this area. As a result of that importance, originally in 1994, there was the Clarksburg Special Protection Area set up to protect the water quality in this area. The 2014 10 Mile Creek plan actually expanded it, but then split it into two separate SPAs. The blue area here is the 10 Mile Creek SPA, and that has very strict limits on impervious surfaces, whereas the pink area that remains in the Clarksburg SPA, it doesn't have strict limits on impervious surfaces, but water quality plans are still required, and impervious surfaces need to be minimized with any new development. A few other constraints in the area are the slopes due to all the stream valleys make some development difficult without undue harm to the environment. And a lot of the soils are not suitable for septic systems, and so public sewer is required for almost all new development in this area. The 1994 plan envisioned a greenway network along the stream valleys. This was going to connect the regional parks, the local parks, the schools. There were going to be hiker-biker trails. A small part of this network has been built out on the east side, but a lot of it has still not been realized. So we're going to be taking a look at that. But this will help provide more access to outdoor experiences in the town center once it's completed. Within the plan area itself, we have what we've taken to call the Coolbrook Greenway, that is an unnamed tributary of Little Seneca Creek that runs up the plan's center. The Coolbrook is the name of one of the roads in that area is called Coolbrook Lane. And so we're calling it that just for the time being. But you can see here, this gives us an opportunity to perhaps expand the Greenway network to provide more opportunities for outdoor recreation and connectivity within the plan area. So forests are a very important part of the ecosystems here. A large amount of the area does still have forest in it, especially in the stream valleys. And a few of the areas have been identified as what the state calls targeted ecological areas because of the special role they play, the special ecosystems that they create, that they provide for certain species in the area. And finally, just the existing forest cover is about 25% of the plan area. As you can see on the left and on the right, the latest impervious data we had was from 2020, where it showed about 21% of the area, this is all the schools and, all the buildings, all the parking lots, roads, sidewalks, et cetera. They're about 21% of the plan area at the current time. And so key points about the environment are that significant forest areas do still exist. Some of them have been identified as these targeted ecological areas. Most of the plan area is within this Clarksburg Special Protection Area, and the part that isn't is in the 10 Mile Special Protection Area. And then the Greenway network is still incomplete, and we have an opportunity to expand it going into the future. So does anybody have any questions on the environmental section?
No. Oh, one quick. It looks like it's going to be a big deal to get sewer to this area. Is it, or is just the normal thing to do? I mean, given the
Most-
watersheds and things like that?
I mean, most of the area does already have sewer service, but there is a section where the sewer line would have run down this Coolbrook tributary to take advantage of gravity. Because many of the developments in the area that have already been built didn't want to build that much infrastructure, they found other ways around. And the problem that this causes is that now we might struggle to have that critical mass of new development that might help pay for the sewer service that would have run down Coolbrook tributary. So it is one of the challenges of this plan, is to find out how we can provide public sewer in the areas where it's currently not available.
Okay, thank you.
We just have 2 other sections, and then we should be finished.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Rachel Davis Newhouse. I am a park planner and landscape architect with the Park Planning and Stewardship Division. So we're here to talk about the existing parks in the area. As you can see, we have 5 of them. Want to point them out. Dowden's Ordinary Park to the top of the plan. There's the Clarksburg Neighborhood Park, a little bit lower, and I see that's, yeah, it's kind of hard. Little Seneca Greenway Stream Valley Park, which 99.7 acres, so North Germantown Greenway Stream Valley Park. And then finally, to the west of 270, there's a little bit of the Black Hill Regional Park in this plan area. Now, the plan area is a small area, but as you can see from the map, the plan area is in red, but when we look at parks and how parks serve an area, we look a little bit outside of just a plan boundary. So you can see in the orange, if you don't mind pointing that out, that's basically a study area. It's about a 2-mile radius around the plan area because, you know, people who live in the area, they don't stop at a plan boundary. They just want to know, where are my parks? Where can I find my parks? So when we analyze park needs, we look at a larger area. Next, please. So one thing that's very interesting about this plan, and Mitra kind of brought it up earlier, Commissioner Pedom, excuse me, was the difference between urban, suburban, rural. In the Park Recreation and Open Space Plan, which is a plan we do every 5 years, we did one recently, but what we realized in this plan was that this area, this plan that we're talking about today, is actually in the urban corridor, as you suggested. It's in the area of A, which is urban. Now, when you're out there, it's like, really? Is this urban? But it is, because it's along the corridor of I-270. So just wanted to point that out, that it's an urban area. Even though it may not really feel that way now, it is categorized that way. Next, please. So we look at the amenity access level of service. You know, when I'm talking about the 2-mile buffer, we look at those amenities that are available to the public. So there's parkland, there's MNC PPC parkland. There's also Montgomery County Public School properties, which provide recreational amenities. Then there is privately owned public spaces, which those also, you know, developers will provide playgrounds and things for their communities. And then there are properties that are owned by other entities, such as WSSC. For example, the lake in the Black Hill Regional Park is a WSSC property or amenity. It's a huge lake, it's beautiful, it's definitely an amenity. But we look at all of that when we do level of service analysis. Next, please. So within the plan boundary, again, the smaller area, there's about, 1.19 miles of natural surface trails and 0.24 miles of hard surface trails. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but in this small area, that's what we have.
So do you include in hard surface path, do you include the sidewalks or pathways, or this is just the ones that are on parkland?
We include the natural surface trails that are in parks, and we include the hard surface trails paths that are in parks in our analysis. Now, that doesn't mean in the further analysis, the sidewalks.
Yeah,
Those
those
are
should be
thought
included,
of. Yes,
yeah.
exactly. Yes, you're exactly right. Thank you for pointing that out. Next, please. But, as you were suggesting, we look at trails on MNCPPC parkland when we do park analysis, but the bikeways are also included in the analysis because people don't just use our trails, they use the surface, they use bikeways. There's all kinds of ways to get around the area. So when we look at the larger area, you see that there are 28.73 miles of natural surface trails within the 2-mile study area. There's 17.98 miles of hard surface paths and trails within the 2-mile area. And there's 55 miles of bikeways within the 2-mile area. So as we look at the larger area, there's a lot more for the public to access. Next, please. So the key points of this plan is that it's, as I mentioned, it's within the urban zone. There are the 2 local parks and 2 Stream Valley parks right within the plan area. The main entrance to the Black Hill Regional Park is on the opposite side of 270, but it's close, not within the plan area, but close. The access to some of the athletic fields is high for that amenity, while other amenities it's lower. Residents of the plan area, they feel like they are well served by parks and park facilities, but they really want something that's easy to walk to from that smaller area. And there are less than a half mile of park and trails within the plan area, but overall, there's a larger serving area. So that's really the main point. And if there are any questions, I can answer them right now.
I do have questions.
Excellent.
Is the urban zone areas of pros matches with Thrive? Is it the same?
Does it match Thrive? That's a good question. I don't know that. I know Thrive talks about the emerging communities, and those
I
communities.
think Thrive came out of calling it urban or suburban. They started calling it something else. Is that correct?
For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. Yeah, we have our corridor-focused growth areas, and yeah, we don't call it urban and suburban in
Yeah, we
Thrive.
came out of that area. I think it would be good if we match pros with Thrive in regard to designation of urban or whatever designation that they have to match that. I think it's important to be in the same area that because as what you said, I never knew that this is suburban. It's urban area because it doesn't look like urban. So I'm wondering that if we go to Thrive, what is called? And I think it is important because all the amenities are part of the same thing. They have the same kind of characteristic in pros and in Thrive. That's something that we need to match.
Yeah, I'll just say quickly, I think while the nomenclature may have changed slightly, the premise is still the same. I don't believe there's any inconsistency with that. I'm looking at park staff. I'm pretty.
It's an overlay, so we called it, urban, just because we knew people would be curious, but it is the growth area. So it's, we just used a slightly different term, but it is the same growth pattern and growth area from Thrive. You know,
Thank you.
we just used a different term.
If I could, before we continue, I'm sorry to throw off the flow here. Again, for the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. I just want to take a moment to recognize Ms. Newhouse and thank her for her participation today. But she is retiring, I believe, at the end of the year? Yes. And so this will be this was her last opportunity to be in front of the board. And
Is it?
yeah, and I think it's appropriate that Vice Chair Pedoim asked some difficult questions here for her. But we want to, Rachel has been with the Parks Department for 33 years and has been an outstanding partner to the Planning Department on a number of projects, many of our master plans, and we are always appreciative of her input and her contributions to our efforts. And we are going to miss having you part of our team. Hopefully you continue to be involved in some way in our work. But thank you very much for being here today and for the last 33 years for the county.
Jason, thank you for saying that, because for just that, she has 2 retirement parties that I'm invited to both, because I'm one of the retirees also. So she has one for the retirees and one for the stuff. So I had to call her. I said, which one do you want me to attend? That's what her answer. But now that it's your last time, one thing that I can tell about Rachel is her smile and laugh. She never gave that one up. Even though when it was hard times, and you could see that how shiny her smile is, it was always there. So thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to say, yeah, we haven't had much time to overlap and we're sorry to see you go, but I will always remember your spirit. No one can replace your spirit, so congratulations for your 30-plus years here, and we wish you all the best.
And going from someone this is her last presentation, we're going to go to someone it's her first presentation. And so she has no pressure at all now. So I'd like to, I'll let her introduce herself for the record.
Good afternoon. For the record, Amori Jones. Is it not on? Are we good? Hello? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. For the record, Amori Jones, intern with the Up County Division. The next couple of slides will be a brief summary of our community engagement so far. On this slide, you'll see a variety of strategies that we have either implemented or plan to implement through our community engagement. Most notably is our partnership with Everyday Canvassing, similarly to the partnership that was achieved with the Fairlandsburg-Chainley master plan. Through our efforts so far, we have received 121 survey responses, 176 everyday canvassing interviews, and 310 comments recorded through our 4 listening sessions in the month of October. Some of the most common comments we received from our respondents are listed below, but to state that although it's not on this list, many of the residents and those in the community of Clarksburg really enjoys the community of Clarksburg as well as the environment. So we want to make sure that moving forward we don't disturb that. But they would also like to have a few improvements, including the transportation network to help with some of the congestion, improvements to their public transit, the walkability of the area, as you have previously heard, and there is a large concern for the environmental protections considering the proximity to both Little Seneca and the 10 Mile Creek. The residents also have a large desire for additional shopping options, including restaurants, as well as some amenities such as the library, rec centers, a pool, as well as some gathering spaces throughout. And the area could also use some housing variation as well as some adjustments to the housing affordability. The next two slides are a few examples from the interviews received from the everyday canvassing. Just trying to show you a overall idea of what the community is telling us. So in this one, you can see that there is a concern for the rent. This person is saying that if their rent increases, that they will most likely have to move out of the area. Once again, trying to enforce that there is only one grocery store in the area, so they would have to drive elsewhere for any type of those needs. There's a large desire for a pool in the area, considering that they are going to the neighboring communities for that as well. Again, there is some issues with the schools, and this is also a person of Brazilian background, so that also speaks to the variety of people within this community. This example speaks on the transportation needs of the area. This person says that their husband spends about 2 hours in transit because they do use the bus. So some improvements to not only the street networks, but also the possibility of implementing the BRT would help with that. And again, this person goes to Germantown, the neighboring community, to Clarksburg for their amenities such as their community center, their pool, and their library. This also states that this person is looking for halal food, which again drives the idea of the variety of people in this community and how we should embrace that moving forward. And sending it back over to Jamie.
Thank you, Amori. So you'll see here that our next steps, the first one is a community engagement report. So all of the data that we've received so far, we're going to analyze to bring back to you kind of a more statistics-driven report on what we've heard from the community. We have to parse examples like the two interviews that Amori just read. Each person talks about many different things, and we want to make sure that we capture all of those thoughts into what we're hearing so that we'll know how to address them. And then after that, we'll be back in the late winter or mid to late winter, we'll be doing some visioning sessions with the community before bringing some preliminary recommendations to the board in the spring. So that's it for this presentation. The main idea here is to give the board an opportunity to kind of respond to maybe some things you've heard and offer advice for direction that you think, from what you've seen here, might be some useful avenues for us to explore that we might not have otherwise thought of, or even if we have. So this is just your opportunity to, there's no decision to make today. We're not asking you to approve anything, but we're here just to get your feedback.
So I totally agree with these two comments that we read. It's so on point. One thing that I don't know how this happened, most of these houses are built within the last 10, 20 years. Mm-hmm. But we built them without giving them, we gave them the transportation, we gave them the schools, but we didn't give them the commercial and retail, we didn't give them the shopping center, and we didn't give them, a better public transportation. But what they said is such a point. We're going to do this, sectional master plan. That's going to be somewhere in 20 years or 30 years. How can we take care of these issues now? I think that when we do this kind of master plan that we have, in my opinion, these comments are urgent because rent is high because there is no multifamily, okay? So they probably have to come and rent a single family, or they have to get a large townhouse to come there. And then there is, they enjoy the environment. That's exactly because it's nice, it's large, it has everything, but it doesn't have the accommodations. And by the time that it's 10, 20 years, their children are grown, these people have moved away. Could be something, at least that when we do this study in a short term, provide something that could happen sooner than 20 years or 15 years from now. Because these people making these comments, they want it now. They don't realize that when, by the time all of this is done, their children is grown up. And that's a pity that is there. So I don't know how we did it, that we have all of those houses and we don't have these. Maybe this is something that we have to learn for future, that make sure it doesn't happen. And I know that for the dense areas, we're doing that. But how are we doing it for the suburban areas?
Commissioner Petaway, Robert Kronberg for the record. One thing I would suggest, and I think one of the problems that came out of the Clarksburg plan that preceded this one was a staging element that was put in that really required the grocery stores to go into the town center first before the other ones could develop. And that proved to be a real problem because it really prevented a lot of the infrastructure to go in. The housing continued, but the infrastructure to support it did not. And so when that was updated, probably well over a decade ago, it removed that one piece of staging element so that it could, the grocery store could proceed in the village, which is not part of the plan, but it's adjacent to it. And it allowed for the outlets, which was the third grocery store, to be able to proceed. So a simple, I think it was a simple line or two in the master plan originally that really prevented, I think, the movement of some of that.
Was there any reason for that?
Well, yeah, the initial reason was the town center was to be the key focus and the key focal point, kind of the gem of the Clarksburg area, which it is. But it's still lacking the commercial center that's, that's not in place yet. That application's been filed, so we do hope that that's coming forward. This plan does not include the town center, but of course it contributes to that and vice versa. So I think as the board considers what's going on with this plan, I would say just be mindful of the staging elements that I think we have to evaluate as part of it, because it really did prevent, I think, some of the good things that come with growth.
I didn't know that because I was not involved with that. I do not know, maybe, does it help that we understand that? So maybe we should have a briefing that we can understand how to go forward. Because I was wondering what happened until you explained it.
Yes, that's the longer background explanation in history, but your point is well taken. I mean, we'll absolutely consider that as we move forward through this process. What portions of infrastructure, of public amenities and services that need to come online, one, for the existing condition that is there today, which you're hearing about, and two, for that future vision.
Yeah.
So we'll definitely have a lot of discussion on that moving forward.
Yes, excuse me. You said you have an application now for an expanded town center piece?
It's an amendment to the original application, so yes, it's been filed and we've provided comments. It'll be coming to the board, we hope, at some point soon.
Okay. And isn't some of that market-driven, too?
It's absolutely market-driven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the county or can put in, like, what is preventing the pool and the, and the library? I know this, but what is it? Was it funding? All those public amenities that most communities have. Was it a size? I'm not sure.
I'm sure a big part of that was funding, and that includes the fire station that I think recently was built, probably over the last 5 years. The library in the town center has been a discussion point for 20 years now, and I think it's been, in some cases it's been an issue where you have the Department of Libraries not wanting to put in a new brick and mortar library and looking at kind of different resources, whether it's kind of the retail type libraries that go in. And that was a discussion we had when the last amendment came through. And then funding. I'm sure a big part of that is the funding and putting the resources within that area.
Okay, great. Well, it's very informative to give us a snapshot of what's there and some things you're looking at, so thank you. Any other comments? Thank you very much. We look forward to you coming back. Thank you. And we'll take a 5-minute break, just a short 5-minute, and we're going to start the discussion on the church property. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 7, the HBKY Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahedo Church Preliminary Plan Number 120230080 and Forest Conservation Plan F20230140. The public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We have the planning staff, Jeff Server, presenting. Please take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jeff Server with Up County. Before you today is preliminary plan number 120230080 and preliminary final forest conservation plan number F20230140. Staff's recommending approval with revised conditions for the preliminary plan and the preliminary final forest conservation plan. The plans are focused on consolidating 4 parcels and a driveway parcel into a single lot for 1 religious assembly use with up to 450 seats and 1 existing parsonage. The subject property is located at 4115 Montgomery Mill Road. It's on the north side of Montgomery Mill. You can see the subject property outlined in the red polygon in the image to the right. The surrounding properties are primarily residential, including large estate and smaller lots, both of which are located within the RE1 and R200 zones. St. Patrick's Church School and Parish Center are located to the south, across Montgomery Mill Road. Norbeck Montgomery Mill Neighborhood Park is located just to the southeast of the subject property, and One Buddhism Washington is located just to the northwest. In looking even closer at the subject property, the proposal includes the consolidation of parcels 867, 868, 805, 915, and a private right-of-way parcel. All of these cumulatively total 5.41 acres. The application is subject to the 2005 Olney Master Plan. The subject property is currently developed. It includes an existing church, a parsonage, and a park pavilion. There is an existing cemetery that's adjacent to the subject property, located just to the southeast. Here I'm pointing to the approximate location with my cursor. There are existing parklands to the southeast, also within the area. Manor Run Stream runs along the north edge of the property, and as mentioned previously, the entire property is zoned RE1. At this time, staff has not received any correspondence from the community except for some letters of support. So yesterday there were 3 letters received that are in support of the application. As I mentioned, the proposal is to consolidate 4 parcels and the driveway parcel into a single lot. That includes the construction of a primary church building that would include up to 450 seats. This includes retaining an existing parsonage, church, and park pavilion. The proposed church building would be here. The parsonage is located here, and the existing church is right here, and the pavilion is approximately here. As a part of the scope of the work, the garage on the parsonage will have to be removed in order to accommodate the side setbacks, and all the parking will be located to the side and the rear of the buildings. And this application also includes an access easement for lots located up to the north. Those lots, this would be that area right there. It's worth noting on this application that this application has come a long way. It began with a concept plan. The concept plan initially included parking located at the front with the church pushed towards the back of the property. Staff worked closely with the applicant team, provided a lot of feedback, and it resulted in the image that's located to the right, which is the current preliminary plan. With the current preliminary plan, this included moving the new building in particular, up to the front of the property, pushing the parking to the sides and to the rear, and all, I think it really lended itself to a better layout for the end result. In looking at the frontage improvements, as conditioned along Montgomery Mill, the applicant will construct a 6-foot wide sidewalk. This is shown in green, the green line in the image to the right. Also includes a 5-foot wide bikeable shoulder, which is shown in orange. And looking at the APF, this application is exempt from an LATR study. It's generating below 50 peak hour person trips. It'll utilize public water and sewer lines. It is located within the W1 and S1 service categories. It meets all the stormwater management requirements. It meets fire access and water supply requirements. Fire access will be provided from Lancaster Mill with a 20-foot wide fire lane. There's no impact on schools as it's creating a new lot for religious assembly use. Looking at forest conservation, the forest conservation reforestation plantings are being provided at the rear of the site. These are shaded in yellow, and retained forest is also being shown at the rear of the property. This is within the Stream Valley buffer where the Manor Run area is, and those are shaded in green. Any of the variance trees that are being impacted or removed are shown with yellow and red polygons. And then the variance tree mitigation plantings are located with the green pentagon shapes. It's worth noting that the mitigation plantings are being located in an area that's where that existing park pavilion is, and so it's going to lend itself to creating an even nicer public open space for the church. Looking at the findings, this application conforms to the 2005 only master plan. The public facilities are adequate, complies with all the provisions of the subdivision regs. The proposed lot is appropriate and with respect to size, shape, width, and orientation for the proposed use, meets all the requirements of the RE1 zone, complies with Chapter 22A for forest conservation, and complies with Chapter 19 for an approved stormwater concept. Before closing, there are a couple of red line changes to be made to the preliminary plan conditions. On page 4, condition number 12 needs to be revised. That is just including further explanation that before a record plat's recorded that the demolition of the existing garage is to be completed. So that's just coordinating it with another condition. And then the other one is related to the preliminary and final forest conservation plan. On page 8, condition number 6B is to be deleted and replaced with a new condition, which is numbered 7. And this is purely based on postponing the placement of the signage for the forest conservation areas until after construction is completed. If it were to be placed there before that, there is a chance that the signage could be damaged during the course of construction. So in closing, staff recommends approval of preliminary plan number 12023-0080 and preliminary final forest conservation plan number F2023-0140 with revised conditions. Thank you.
Great. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Hi, good afternoon. Very briefly, for the record, Peter Safari in the office of McMillan Metro, and with me is Kevin Foster from GLW. The church administrator and board chairman, Milak Sayan Belachu, would just like to introduce himself and tell you a little bit about the church.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, one God, Amen. I am Malakazion Balacho Warkudargi, the head of Amar Abraham Kudus Johannes Church. On behalf of our entire congregation, I extend heartfelt appreciation and thanks to the park and planning staff and the planning board. We are truly grateful for your collaboration throughout the approval processes and granting us the opportunity to testify today. Your support in this journey is invaluable to us. Our church, established in 2017, Amar Abraham Kudus Johannes Church, serves about 300 registered members. The church stands unwavering in its commitment in preaching the gospel of Christ, administering the sacraments, and delivering spiritual and social services to the Montgomery community and its surroundings. In accordance with the revered faith, teachings, and traditions of Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church in Ethiopia, after 3 years of dedicated services in rented premises, our church community achieved a significant milestone by acquiring a property at 4115 Lancaster Mill Road, Rockville, Maryland 20853. In January 2020, operating from this new location through constrained by limited sanctuary seating, Amara Brank Lucianus has steadfastly constrained by limited sanctuary seating. So Hamara Brank Lucianus has steadfastly fulfilled its mission, baptizing infants, solemnizing the Holy Matrimony, and conducting memorial services for the departed in our community. Moreover, we are deeply invested in the spiritual and moral development of our members' children, guiding them towards wisdom that equips them for the challenges of the world. Fostering responsible counseling in the citizenship and cultivating them as an ambassador for Christ through Christian counseling, continuous education, worship, music, outdoor activities, and a unique volunteering platform tailored for students. We aim to instill values and create a supportive community. We extend our support to under-reserved children and those with special needs with the community. Our commitment extends beyond spiritual endeavors aimed at the tumult of the COVID-19 outbreak. Hamar Abraham rose to the occasion, providing the vital support to those affected. Weekly meal delivers, community testing, and the COVID vaccination administration were carried out through strategic partnership with nonprofit organizations and the Montgomery County government. Over the last 5 years, numerous archbishops, archpriestesses, and esteemed church dignitaries from Ethiopia have graced our church. Structured with purposes, our church's administrative framework consists of General Assembly, the church board, we call it Sabaka Guwae, and the church administrator, the General Assembly, as the ultimate authority upholds the church's mission, policies, and complies with local, state, and federal laws. The board charged with the rule development and committee appointments oversees the church community's development and well-being. The church administrator manage day-to-day affairs, leading a council of clergymen responsible for Hamar Abraham Church spiritual functions.
Excuse me, thank you. We we need to move on, but can you just take 30 seconds more if you like? And I really appreciate what you're saying. We're running a little bit behind schedule, and we have another presentation to go. So, but we appreciate what you have to say, and thank you for your words. And I want the board, do we have any questions or comments related to this application?
I just wanted to say I bike by there very frequently. I'm really looking forward to seeing it when y'all are done. So I live very close to there.
Yeah.
So that was it.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions?
I personally, I think it looks great, and thanks for your words today. And yeah, I support you, as you move forward in building this. So thank you.
Mr. Bartley.
I look forward to them revitalizing that area, especially the corners when you turn off Route 28, and the church will be a upliftment to the community and the other neighborhood there. Thanks.
Any questions? Okay, just one quick question. Why is there that access road? Are there properties that the church owns from the back there?
The access easement's being provided because the parcels to the north would be landlocked otherwise, and they would not have any access.
Okay, and is that okay to enter another person's property from your, I guess you give them access, right? I don't know.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, and I like that you showed us the original concept and how you were working with the applicant. It's good to, it's great to see the building closer to this street, so thank you so much. I have no other questions, so do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve, we have to split these, right, preliminary and forest? I move to approve preliminary plan number 1, 2023-0080.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it.
And then a motion to approve, move to approve forest conservation plan, both preliminary and final, F 2023-0140.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, the Wheaton Arts and Cultural Center mandatory referral number MR 2023015 MHP/Amherst sketch plan number 3-2023-0030 public hearing where staff is recommending approval with conditions, and on the mandatory referral, staff is giving comments, and the corresponding disposition of the land at 11507 Georgia Avenue. Troy Lefwich, planning is giving the presentation this afternoon. I will have to recuse myself, but Vice Chair Pedawin will be overseeing this presentation, so thank you.
Okay, take it.
Again, Troy Lefwich for the record will be presenting MHP Amherst and Wheaton Art and Cultural Center sketch plan number 230230030, mandatory referral number MR 2023015. Before we get started, planning staff is excited to bring a project of this scope to the board that will allow for a future art and cultural center, and then allow for the development of a future park, and also provide a series of affordable housings all within one project. So we look forward to the future coordination with the community and the applicant to further refine this project, and also within additional steps if it is approved today. With that said, we are recommending approval of the sketch plan and mandatory referral. The subject project is located within the downtown, with the Wheaton downtown area, north of Blue Ridge Avenue. It sits to the west of, or to the east of Georgia Avenue, and to the west of Elkin Street. To the north of the property is the Wheaton Library. Directly to the north, abutting the property to the north, is the Leesboro community. Directly to the south of the property is the Ava multifamily development, and a little bit over a quarter of a mile from the project is the Wheaton Metro. The project is zoned CR2, C1.5, R1.5 with the height of 75 feet, and it's located within the 2012 Wheaton CBD vicinity sector plan area. And for reference for the board, this image shows in the dotted blue areas, the subject property highlighted in purple. It's within the art and entertainment district. And this is just reference for the board, showing the location of the site within the art and cultural, the art and entertainment district. As mentioned before, this is a joint application. The first component is the mandatory referral review, which the applicant is the Department of General Services, and that's only the parcel 920, roughly 3.84 acres. And then the sketch plan, which is the subject property, incorporates the parcel 920 parcel A, which is roughly 6.14 acres. Parcel B, which is not a part of this application, but with the development of the subject property, the sketch plan will allow for parcel B, 3.3 acres, to be developed as a future parkland. Parcel 920 is currently unimproved with a fenced-in open field, and then slopes down with the forested area as you make your way to parcel A. Parcel A is currently owned by MHP, which currently has the existing Amherst Apartments, and parcel B is currently developed with the existing Amherst Apartments with a total of 125 existing units. For reference from the board, this is just a series of images of the existing site. Image 1 shows the frontage view of parcel 920, showing the fenced-in open field, and the view to the north is the Leesboro community that abuts the property to the north. Image 2 is Georgia Avenue frontage. Image 3 is the off-site, the southern boundary off-site of the Ava pedestrian path. I'll put a little bit more emphasis on this image in this area later on in the presentation. Image 4 is the frontage along Elkin Street, And then image 5 is the existing Amherst Apartments on parcel A. And then image 6 is the street view of Elkin Street. As mentioned before, the mandatory referral, the applicant is Department of General Services. The mandatory referral has two components. It's the site selection of the Wheaton Art and Cultural Center, and then the corresponding disposition of public land of parcel 920, which will be conveyed to the Parks Department. The project was originally purposed for the intent to be part of a land exchange with MHP as part of a future urban park within the Wheaton area. Staff is recommending approval of the mandatory referral. The sketch plan, as mentioned, includes parcel 920 and parcel A. Will demolish the existing Amherst Apartments and clear the existing forested area. It will provide a total of 485 square feet of total development, 420 square feet of residential development, 65,000 square feet of non-residential development, which will include the 42,000 square feet of the mandatory referral area, Building 1, in the location of the Wheaton Art and Cultural Center. And then it also includes the Building 2, which will house 20,000 square feet of office. It's expected the project to have approximately 320 multifamily units and 39 townhouses with a max height of 75 feet. Will provide a structured parking garage of 590 spaces. The project itself will also provide a public road access from a new public road from Georgia Avenue and Elkin Street. And it also will provide loading off of Elkin Street, which will house the loading for Building 1 and Building 2. The two colors that you're seeing within the image is the areas of public open space. The total open space proposed for the project roughly at this stage is 20% for the total development, roughly 50,000 square feet of open space. The two areas associated with it is common and public. That's due to the different building types. The code requires that public open space be established for multifamily buildings, and with townhouses, common open space. So that's the differentiation in color. Within that open space, there is a fire access lane, which is provided in case of emergencies. But for a majority of the time, this would be the primary central open space for residents between Building 1 and Building 2 and the townhouses. As you can see in the bottom left or bottom right image, you can see how the building steps down as you make your way from the Georgia Avenue to the residential characteristics of the development and then the adjacent future parkland. The property does slope down roughly existing 56 feet from Georgia Avenue and Elkin Street. So you can see how the topography and the building types kind of adhere to that slope change. And then the bottom left image is the conceptual image, subject to change as we go through the further refinement of the site plan review. But this is just the current stage that the applicant has presented, standard that they are presenting for the view shed along Georgia Avenue.
So that picture at the bottom left is both Building 1 garage and Building 2, the elevation view, south elevation view?
That is the corner of Building 1. So if my cursor, it's this corner.
Oh,
so it's only Building 1 looking south.
Okay.
Within the sketch plan, staff report, we established a lot of next steps. So we just wanted to put a little bit more emphasis to that for the board. With the streetscape along Georgia Avenue, we'll be looking for that streetscape to relate to the existing streetscape that's south on the Ava property, but also adhere to the facade that will be finalized at the next stages, but also look for those activation of those spaces to relate to the future Wheaton and Art and Cultural Center within that area. As you make your way around to the pedestrian path to the south, we'll be looking for enhancement of lighting and landscaping to enhance this area that this image is showing of the current pedestrian path between the Ava property and the subject property. And that will also allow for potential better connections to the future park across Elkin Street, but also relate to the pedestrian walk that's central to the central project as well. So within the pedestrian walk, this will probably be the most important area in regards of just design, in regards of the open space for the project, as we work through the next steps. But we will be looking for this area to be activated once we understand the true locations of the stormwater management facilities, and then also we'll be looking for this to provide a formal connection to the public park and also to the northern property of Leesboro, due to the activation and creation of the open spaces here, and then the connection to the future adjacent park parcel. This is an optional method project. Due to the code requires if a project is over 20%, providing a minimum of 20% NPDUs, they don't have to satisfy any other additional public benefit points. This project is providing a minimum of 25% NPDUs, and they still are providing an additional 3 categories for over 188.7 points. The project is consistent with Chapter 59 of the zoning ordinance and Chapter 22A of the Forest Conservation Plan, and meets the requirements of the sector plan, right? And also findings as detailed within the staff report. The applicant has met all proper signage and noticing requirements and submittal requirements. They did have a virtual community meeting on March the 7th. We did receive one letter stating support for the project and location of the Art and Cultural Center, and then also they wanted to ensure they had a landscaping buffer between the Leesboro community and the project site. And then we also had a joint meeting November the 3rd with 2 members of the community that really addressed concerns in regards of the operations of the Art and Cultural Center. And these 2 bullets were outlined within the staff report, and those correspondence was provided within the staff report. Since the date of the staff report, we've received 2 correspondence, and a lot of that was related to the providing a landscaping buffer. But the letter that y'all you should have received within your packet yesterday was from the president of the Leesboro Condo Association. The first bullet was concerns about potential street connections and sidewalks to the Leesboro community. And with all projects that come in through the county, we try to look for connections in regards to whether it's street connections or green space connections or sidewalks or bikeway improvements. So within this project, we're taking consideration to the community concerns, but we look forward to collaborating with them with a little bit more to understand the concerns and then find opportunities to enhance these greenways and not necessarily look for opportunities to create buffers between these 2 spaces. And in particular, with this particular project, when you're providing an art and cultural center and a future public park, and they're not too far from Metro and the library to the north, we would try to encourage those connections. Wanted to make it clear that we're also not proposing any street connections to the north of the Leesboro community. In regards of the security concerns to the proposed garage, at this stage, we don't have detailed designs of the garage. At site plan, we'll have more details. But in regards of operations, in regards to security or camera features that was established or expressed within that letter, I'll defer to the applicant if they can provide information now, but at the later stages, we may be able to have more information when that part of the project scope comes in. In regards of grading concerns and construction, at the future preliminary plan and site plan, the applicant is required to provide a forest conservation plan that will establish a limit of disturbance. And so within that, we'll have a better scope of how the project is being graded and the impacts of that grading. In lieu of that, during the construction phase, Department of Permanent Services manages the construction phases of the project as well. And so if there's something to happen, that would be the entity that would be addressing those concerns. But I also would defer to the applicant to provide any more insight of the concern of grading or impacts of off-site disturbance during the construction phase as well. There are a couple.
Do you know what is the concern of the grading?
Thank you. Matt Folden, Regulatory Supervisor in the Mid-County Division, for the record. As I understood the concern, the resident referenced some subsidence issues of the ground that had occurred since construction of the Leesboro community. That concern was raised late here in the review process, having just received it yesterday. And so at the sketch plan review, we don't really have a good sense of exactly what the limit of disturbance will be for construction or what that'll look like moving forward. But as we get on down the line with subsequent reviews, with preliminary plan, with site plan, we'll be able to have a better idea of what the limit of disturbance will be, as Mr. Leftwich indicated. And then as it goes into the construction phase, DPS will manage the building permit process and do monitoring and enforcement. But it is common for development to have disturbance up to the property line as it's in this phase, subsequent phase with construction. But we don't anticipate any off-site disturbance at this time.
They're not concerned about any kind of shoring or anything.
Yeah, we just don't have enough information at sketch plan, but I think the applicant may have a little bit better idea and may be able to comment on that at this point.
Okay.
Troy Leftwich for the record. This slide represents the red line changes. The condition 4 just changes the minimum requirement at the sketch plan phase to the code requirement of the 10%. The project is still expected to be somewhere around 20%. This is just more so setting the minimum within the code requirement within the condition. The mandatory referral, we wanted to make sure that we're not referencing the entire subject property, but the area of the mandatory referral, which is 3.84 acres. And then bullet 2 within the staff report mentioned 2,000 square feet for the office, which is actually 20,000 square feet. The other red line change was to provide clarification. The land exchange in this section, it read as if the county was part of the land exchange with MHP, but what has actually happened, the county DGS is conveying the land to Parks. Parks is part of the land exchange with MHP, and then that will be part of parcel B will be part of a future development through the Parks process. So this provides clarification that the land will be conveyed from the county to Parks, and then Parks will be part of the land exchange. At this time, we are recommending transmittal of approval to DGS for the Wheaton Art and Cultural Center, mandatory referral number MR2023015, and recommending approval of conditions MHP Amherst sketch plan number 32023003 as shown in the staff report with red line changes. That concludes my presentation. Look forward to any questions or comments.
Thank you. I believe that before we give the table to you, we have one testimony. Is Mr. Dan Thompson? Mm-hmm. Yeah, please join us. Yeah. I thought it's good that we listen to them first.
Do you want me to speak first? Okay.
Yes, please.
I'm Dan Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of Wheaton Arts Parade, and my testimony reflects not just my organization's views, but the views of more than 100 residents, artists, and arts organizations. I realize that your job here is not to determine whether the county is spending its money wisely. That's for council and our elected official. But I do think I'm calling upon you to, if you see any concerns raised by my testimony, that you would advise our officials to take them into consideration. All would agree that the arts contribute to your mission, which is to ensure that the county is a great place to live, work, and visit. And I just want to address first how I read what you focus on here, and I thought I would address the compatibility with neighboring uses, the master plan, conformance, and appropriate infrastructure. We fully support MHP. We need more affordable housing. Artists need affordable housing. We're psyched about the land swap to have a park. That's all great news. And wondering how we're going to move our mosaic to the new building, but we're looking forward to the MHP project. We've also learned from MHP that it would go forward with or without the Arts Center. And the Arts Center is not supposed to be a community center for the residents. It's not for after-school programs. It's supposed to be a professional arts center. It's supposed to attract audiences, sell tickets, a gallery where paintings can be sold and shown. But part of the problem in commenting on the plan is that you're looking at a physical plan, but the county really hasn't revealed its business plan. What is this supposed to be? Who's going to run it? If I were a private developer, I would be assuming the economic risk. But in this case, it's the county. And we know that we can build an empty space and let it sit vacant for 4 years. What's going to happen? Who's going to run this space? And that's not clear. The second point of master plan conformance, well, it's sort of a moot point by now because this is a done deal, I am told. But any planner would tell you that this kind of a facility should be built as close to the metro as possible. Put it over there, you could put it in the parking lot. There were places to build it, but the county chose to listen to only one criteria. They needed to have 2 theaters on the same level, and this was never something the community recommended. So this is not so much as a plan as an opportunity. It's an opportunity to build something at least cost and to expedite it. We've got a facility going in, let's piggyback. But the master plan or any sector plan would say, build this close to the town center, where it can really have an impact on local businesses. The other point I wanted to make about infrastructure, your own planners have said that University Boulevard and Georgia Avenue are barriers to pedestrian traffic. So if you think that you're going to attract non-residents to a play or a concert at that arts center, and they're going to come by Metro, and they're going to walk up Georgia Avenue through those strip malls, cross University Boulevard, and then come back at 10 o'clock at night and take the Metro, it's not going to happen. If you're going to attract audiences by Metro, you're going to have to widen the sidewalks, and maybe you have to take another route. Maybe you're going to have to build Amherst. But I hope your recommendations in approving this is that your current pedestrian traffic is inadequate to serve the infrastructure needed to bring audiences to this arts center. I just want to say, other infrastructure parking. So we now know if you're going to get there and don't live in Wheaton, you're going to drive. It means you're going to need to park there. 300 seats theater, how many parking spaces does that require? 150? Are they going to be reserved and dedicated? Are the patrons going to have to compete with the residents for a spot, or are they going to be set aside? Not clear how that's going to be resolved. Lastly, I just want to say that the biggest deficiency here in the plan is why I say it's not really yet a business plan. We don't know we thought we would attract a theater company, a resident company. But this is sort of like building a football stadium when you don't have the team. We're going to build this arts center, and we don't know who's going to occupy it, which means we're probably going to choose the model to run it like a rec center, which means you're going to have to use the cup, and you're going to have staff to manage performances. And this just hasn't been made clear to the community. We wanted it doesn't have any studio spaces proposed. It has 2 classrooms proposed. We know we can reconfigure the space, and you don't want to get into that. But the main thing that artists wanted was studio space. That's not just painting. It's music studios. There are special kinds of studios. It's dance studios, special floors and mirrors. None of that is proposed in this facility. So it's going to be built. We need to make sure it's done right. We need to make sure we can attract an audience that's going to pay for tickets so that we can recover some of these costs. And hopefully we can attract name brands, performers who would perform around the county. The same people would come to Wolf Trap. And if the residents, and this is where you may need to think about it, envision the Fillmore, and what if you have a rock concert? You're going to have people lined up in front of the building. Is that something the residents are going to be happy with? So I'm not trying to, I accept that it's going to have to go in this location, but it really needs more planning.
Okay, thank you,
Not just
because
the
your time
infrastructure.
is done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you finished your thought. So do we have anybody from DGS? Oh, okay, good. So I will just give you the, your turn now, and, please, if you have a presentation, and if you can answer some of the questions, that would be very helpful.
Good afternoon, Ronnie Warner. I'm the Chief of the Office of Planning and Development for the Department of General Services for Montgomery County. So before you is the mandatory referral for property disposition and for site selection. Before we even got to site selection for the arts facility, the county has spent quite a bit of time on what that arts facility should be. And the mandatory referral application, we do provide links and the history of the project. We spent over a year working with the community on identifying what is needed for the Arts Center. In addition, the consultants also prepared a business plan that is part of what's in the package that you have, links for that. We worked quite heavily with the community, the arts community specifically, but the community in general. We had small focus groups. We had surveys in both Spanish and English for the community overall, as well as the artist community. We received well over 500 responses to those surveys from the community. We also held larger public forums with translation for those who needed it, all to inform if there was a need in the community and what that need is. We then took that program and translated that into a program of requirements, which is fairly typical process for county facilities, which then took what should be in that program and translated that into space. And that's when after we established that, then we did site selection. So we did look at quite a few sites in the Wheaton area, looking at what could fit, how it could fit, parking. We are required to look at co-location of housing. So all of those things are addressed in the mandatory referral application. We were approached by MHP about co-locating with them at this current site, and it ended up being quite a good fit. The topography works really well to provide the Arts Center here on the ground floor. It's large enough space for that. In addition, there is a shared garage where the Arts Center will have dedicated parking spaces that the county will pay for in the garage, as well as the opportunity to share some of the parking spaces in the garage, in addition to those spaces. So right now, we are working with MHP on building out the shell of that space. Program, in terms of timing, we're just in the very beginning of the process. We are likely several years away from starting construction and then completing construction. And the idea would be that the county would be working, and we have been working with the Department of Recreation as well as the Arts and Humanities Council on who the operator of this building will be. It will not be our Department of Recreation. We will bring in an outside operator to help program and run the Arts Center and provide, be able to incubate budding artists in the community. All those things are being considered, but we're just too far out at this point to bring somebody on now to help us with the interior fit out and how we're going to finish the Arts Center.
So you are.
Could I correct the record?
Just one second.
I just want to note that all of that public process was done prior to the selection of this site. After this site was selected, there's been one virtual phone call only. None of those public meetings took place after the site was selected.
But you had your time. Thank you. So the operation and the still is going to be funded by county government, or it's open that to lease it?
So the operator will program the center. They will provide management of it. Right, and so they'll program
it would be leased.
Right, so they'll bring in shows or However they'll do it, they will rent out the facility. So that's all a part of the business.
So the other question is that, do you plan, I understand that you have right now program of requirement. I forgot the process with DGS. When you have a preliminary plan of the drawing, do you do another outreach at that time?
Well,
or-
we're anticipating when we bring an operator on board, that there'll be a process to get community and
Okay,
arts
so there
community
would be
involvement
another
and
time.
because we're not even planning on the interior build out yet.
Yes.
We're really only focusing on the
I
the
understand.
shell with MHP. And then once we know that the project is moving forward and we have a schedule for construction, because right now we're probably 4 years out. In the CIP,
Okay.
we have the base building programmed in FY '27 and '28, and the interior build-out programmed in FY '29 and FY '30. So
Okay.
it's really, it would just be too early to bring in an operator when we're that far out from even thinking about the interior building.
Yeah, yes, I understand. That's the regular process that county does. Totally makes sense. The other question is that, do you know that eventually, and even for MHP that they come, if there is any plan to look at the connections from the metro or sidewalk, the vicinity of the public transportation to the building, maybe when it comes to you, you could discuss that, because that's important for everyone else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Pat Harris with Larturley and Brewer here on behalf of MHP. While Ronnie Warner discussed the Arts Center, I'm here to talk about the sketch plan. And with me is John Poyer, who's the Senior Project Manager at MHP, and we have Dylan Macro from MHG, the engineers, and we have our architects from Grimm and Parker, Patty Chen and Ashish Mayer in the audience as well. Most of you probably know that MHP is a significant affordable housing provider in the county, providing both deeply affordable, but primarily deeply affordable units. And unfortunately, that need is only growing throughout the county. While the staff report notes that 25% of the project will be MPDUs, that doesn't tell the whole story. In fact, 80% of the project will be affordable, ranging from 30% to 80% AMI, with the majority being between 50 and 60% AMI. The townhouses, which will be for sale units, will also be affordable, and we'll be working out the financial structure of those. So we're excited to bring this project before you. MHP has been working on it for at least 5 years, so it's good to be in front of the board with the sketch plan. And I think it's also fitting that this morning MHP had its annual fundraising breakfast, and now we're here before you in the afternoon presenting the possibility for 359 new affordable housing units in Wheaton, a net of 200 because there are some existing on the site, but it's a significant increase over what's there now. This project overall presents a win-win-win. It presents a win because it's affordable housing, presents a win because it's the Cultural Arts Center, and then there's also a 3.3-acre public park that's going to be provided. So it's a great project all the way around. We appreciate staff's help. We accept all the conditions. I just wanted to note 3 things regarding the future conditions to be considered, and then I can address a couple of items that you had brought up. In connection with the site plan, there were 3 items identified for future consideration. And I just want to note for the record our concern about a couple of those. One was there was a comment about potentially undergrounding the utilities along Elkins. And in this project, unlike other projects where we've been before you, where the sector plan recommended the undergrounding of utilities, it's not recommended in the sector plan here. And it is a very, very costly endeavor. And it's costly whether you're a for-profit housing provider or a nonprofit housing provider. But when you're a nonprofit housing provider, it's a significant hit. So we don't need to resolve that now because it's a site plan issue and a preliminary plan issue, but we will be discussing that as we move forward. There were 2 other conditions related to future consideration that really put us dependent upon our neighbors. One was the linkage to a sidewalk to the northern property, the Leesboro community, and the other one was the sidewalk along the southern property line. And we will be working with both neighbors, but I just want to note that we will, to actually form a connection to the north, we're dependent on the northern neighbor saying, yes, let's form a connection. We can do what we can on our part, on our property, but we can't force them, obviously. And then along the southern property line, that will take coordination with that property owner who we're working with, but I know they have several concerns, and that will be worked out during site plan. In terms of your question about pedestrian improvements, so as part of the preliminary plan, we will need to do what's called the pedestrian level of comfort analysis. And what that means is we will look to see the pedestrian system surrounding the property. And so to the extent certain improvements within the distance required need to be made, we will be looking at those to make those necessary improvements. But I will note that the project is only a quarter of a mile from the metro. And as one of the elderly neighbors who lives in the Leesboro submitted in their email, they walk that distance all the time. So we're confident that there will be a good walking path and will be improved. And, you know, the library sits north of us. And so when you think about just pedestrian experiences and walking, the more interesting things that are along the line of from one point to another, the shorter the walk appears to be, just because there's activity and things to see and experience.
Definitely connection to the library and other public amenities is something that we have to look into for the next stage of the site plan when you bring in. Yeah, those are really good points.
So with that, we're happy to answer any questions, and we urge your support.
Why are we not considering, by the way, a road connection, an actual street connection to the Leesboro community? I mean, there seems to be a couple of options that would connect to a private drive that's on the north on the current sketch plan. Is there any particular reason why not to connect to one of those drives within the Leesboro community to offer both like connection, vehicle and pedestrian connection to that area?
Appreciate the question. Troy Leffers for the record. The areas that would provide a existing street connection would be, you know, this, I guess, within this image, to think there's a stub out for their private road.
I think there's a couple stubs and then a circle that's not terrible, it's somewhere near the middle, and I think there's one far right. But yeah, you know, what's the, you know, why not connect through to that, to one of those or to one of the main drives?
I guess, you know, in regards to when we were analyzing this, the main primary access or that we saw that was feasible was the greenway. The stubbing out of those parking areas is, you know, the areas of the rear of those parking structures. And didn't necessarily see that, I guess, an option, or we didn't actually review or assess those options. These areas of these building footprints with the parking garage and the larger facility, you have a through block connection that kind of supports that private road, and putting those additional intersections, if you will, the way that alignment of those proposed garage points and those existing private roads didn't necessarily line up based on the building program. We did see, like I said, as we had mentioned before, where the green space is actually located, that's not actually a driveway. That's actually a green space on the adjacent Leesboro area. So in regards of how the project was being programmed and then how that related to the adjacent property, the opportunity for connections didn't necessarily present itself, and those intersections would probably be problematic to the intersections of closer to Georgia Avenue, and then also the proposed lay-by that's still in conceptual in its location and size at this stage of the project. So I think that's why we landed or didn't necessarily feel the need to provide those vehicular connections.
So what is the problem if you provide the connection? It doesn't matter. I see that you couldn't do it to be aligned with where the parking garage come, but closer to the Georgia Avenue. What is the problem if the connection exists? Because you may have someone from there that wants to come that way.
Matt Folden again for the record. I think it was more about how the site relates to Leesboro, and if residents of the Leesboro community wanted to come into the site, it's very easy to walk into the site. It seems to relate well to the open spaces, as Mr. Leftwich was just describing. And in fact, when the Leesboro development was approved back in 2004, it was anticipated that there would be a connection there. There's already an easement that leads into the private street network, and the way the site's designed, it seems to lend itself to a good pedestrian connection.
Yeah, a pedestrian connection is fine. I understand if there's an issue with all that, but some connection between the two and not just a break between that. And I'd hate to see fences or anything in that nature in there. And I had one more question, Mitra, before I jump on, just real quick. What is the timeline for the B parcel that's on the other side that also currently contains an MHP apartment complex? And what's the units and what's the sort of the timeline for the B parcel on the other side of Elkin?
So there are 125 units on the B parcel. And I don't know if this is what you're getting at, but in terms of how things would be phased, the current residents of the subject parcel, there are vacant units now. They would shift over to the park parcel. And then when the new construction's done, they will move back to the new units. And the goal there is obviously not to displace any of the residents. In terms of when the park will actually be developed, I don't know if Ronnie knows that answer. I don't know that.
I don't know, but obviously it would happen after the MHP project's completed, and then they would demolish the improvements on what will be the park parcel.
Okay. Yeah, 4 years out, I'm not expecting a detailed by month timeline, but I was curious. And then you anticipated my other questions. So we're going to end up with, I think, if I'm doing the calculations right, more units within the current parcel than we currently exist in both the A parcel and the B parcel.
Close to 200 more, so
that,
yes.
including the
generous
townhomes
amount.
and that. Yeah.
Correct.
All right. Yeah, and that anticipates my final question.
I don't have many questions. I think this looks like a great project. I had one question, but first I just wanted to address a couple of the points and concerns that you brought up. I think that, similar to what you suggested, I'm actually very encouraged by this site location. I think that, many developers, many communities would desperately want to be this close to high-quality transit. I think, quarter to half mile is excellent proximity. It's located within, it's proximate to the downtown Wheaton area, which is going to continue to improve its pedestrian and transit access, particularly as the BRT lines come online on Veers Mill. There's 3, WMATA Metro buses that go up and down Georgia Ave. The sidewalk experiences will continue to improve as, the streetscape design in Wheaton, which we just discussed as a board a few months ago, as that continues to roll out with new developments and with new public investment and private investment. So all things together, I'm actually quite encouraged by the location, and I can't speak to, the specifics of, the management and the programming, and as you suggested, like all of that is yet to come. And what we're considering here, of course, is just sort of the footprint, the general parameters, the general infrastructure, and things of that nature. But I take your points, but I'm actually quite encouraged for I think the reasons that you stated, but, thinking about them from my point of view, and I think a lot of people's point of view, that this location is actually quite excellent. So I'm encouraged by that. I just wanted to outside of that, ask a couple of questions. One is related to parking. Not surprisingly, I noticed that there was almost a 2-to-1 ratio, which is proposed, and I know we'll come back to this in preliminary and site. But could you walk me through the thinking of that number of spaces, or at least sort of how it relates to requirements in current code, and related to what we were just talking about, given the excellent transit proximity, transit access, which will continue to improve over time. It seems like this is potentially a location that is ripe for reducing the parking as much as we can, especially as the pedestrian experience continues to improve up and down Georgia. And one thing I forgot to mention, just this won't be new to anyone up here, but for the record, we're also aware that Georgia Ave itself could be, hopefully will be the site of a pretty large-scale capital improvement project sometime in the next few years, hopefully, knock on wood. Obviously, that depends on a lot of things, but all things put together, it seems like this could be an opportunity to really reduce parking to the extent possible. So that's maybe a question for staff and the applicant, if you have any thoughts.
And before staff, excuse me, answers, I would note that even though the staff report says 590 spaces, and we anticipate lowering that number. So in sort of anticipation of what you just said, because we also realize that that was more than what is going to be needed. We're down to approximately one space per unit. There does need to be dedicated spaces for the Cultural Arts Center, because there will be times where an event on a weekend where people are home and their cars are in the parking, and yet we need parking for the Arts Center. There's also parking for the office, and it's intended, however, that would be, those spaces will be shared with the Arts Center as well. So we're trying to minimize the number of parking, because that doesn't do any, I mean, that's the goal of everyone, and yet make sure that we have the right number.
Thanks.
And for the record, Troy, the only thing I will follow up to that parking, the 590 was tied to the structure garage, but some of the other numbers was, I think, 620, but that also included the garages for the townhouses, which I think was incorporated too. So that number, like I said, will maybe be refined if some of those garages aren't necessarily two-car garages, or if they decide to do something on that lower level. But and then also that garage number will maybe refine as you go forward through. But like I said, the applicant mentioned an additional program associated with it that's not necessarily tied to the residents themselves.
Thanks for that context. Yeah, I totally understand. I know we'll revisit this as the future, as the next stages come online. But that was and of course, other things related to other improvements we'll continue to discuss at site plan. But yeah, it looks like a fantastic project. So thanks for working over the past 5 years to get it ready and then bringing it to us.
I think it has been more than 5 years. I remember that this has been cooking. I remember the land when we were thinking about purchasing the land. So this project is excellent, and it's even better that now it's marrying with MHP and bring all of these co-locations. So it's very exciting, and it's right at the point, and you're going to have something that you would enjoy. So good luck, and thank you.
I live 3 blocks away.
Okay. So do we need to go ahead? Okay, one for mandatory referral. Okay.
All right. So I want to move to approve the mandatory referral with the comments by staff.
Second.
All ayes?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. And then want to go.
One clarification for the record, Carrie Sanders. So for the mandatory referral, you'd be moving to transmit comments.
Transmit comments,
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you.
We're approving the sketch plan. That's the second one in
Thank
my
you.
head. Sorry, transmit comments. And then for the second, move to approve the sketch plan.
Second.
All for ayes?
Aye.
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 Oh, I'm sorry. All for ayes?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, and good luck. Well, the meeting is adjourned now. Have a good day.